people in this territory that folks that doesn't have a driver's license, sometime they're going to take that chance and drive because that's the only way they're going to get from point A to point B. And when they do that, it brings risk for all of us. So it might as well we put them in a position where our risks are lower. Accident will happen with the best of driver. Also, we need to make sure that people are informed that you're not just handing a license out. They have to take a written test. They have to take a driving test. Mm-hmm. It's not just a walk in the park, and we need to understand that. But there's something I need to go to. And before I go to my line of question, Ms. Matthews from Banking and Insurance read something here. And it was on page 3 of your testimony. The compulsory automobile liability insurance law provides that all owners of motor vehicle registered in this territory who operate or cause to be operated a motor vehicle upon any public road or highway in this territory must maintain motor vehicle liability insurance. I pretty much read that for public safety more than anybody else. And why I read that for public safety, the Public Safety Commission have a representative here, and I'm going to stray away a little bit from what our topic is here today. Because there's a bunch of four-wheel bikes on the road every day. This ain't going to cover them. So I want to ask public safety, what are they planning to try to eliminate these motor vehicles, these four-wheel bikes on the road that's going to cause the same accident that is not going to be covered, that can leave people with their car not covered? This bill protects a ton load of people.
2 minutes.
Can I hear from safety, Mr. I forgot the name, that's representing the commissioner?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have seen an increase in the activity that you speak about, and in short order, I'm not sure if you're aware, we have increased traffic enforcement throughout the territory over the past several weeks, and that is ongoing. And enforcement with respect to that same type of activity is included in that same initiative. So we have stepped up enforcement initiatives to that end. To answer your question,
I wish and I please that you do, because I've been told from different officers that by law we can't chase them. But when you see them park up someplace in Frederick, they ain't fly the bike in there, they drive the bike there. So I beg you and I plead into you that you enforce on these vehicles on the road. Well, Mr. Lorenzo, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Lorenzo, you're a business owner. You've been doing business from 1997, I think you said. Yes. How difficult it is for you when you have some of your employees that are in this same position but can't get a license? How difficult it is for you with your business?
It's very difficult. It is. Well, I would say that I would take in note of this bill, and with all the respect to Senator Carrion, this bill I call this bill the common sense bill. Okay. Because with this bill, everybody win. And everybody win will the government, the local authority, of course the people that have been affected for so many years. I should say that believe it or not, there's people around us, or among us, I'm sorry, for 10, 15, 20 years. Driving. Yeah. I mean,
you may proceed.
Okay, so like I said, there's an ad around that say, when you play the VI lottery, everybody win.
Yeah.
So in this bill, everybody win.
That's very good. Mr. Chair, I have one more question, if I may, to the representative, the Assistant Commissioner for DMV. May I proceed?
You may.
I need to ask this question because everybody believes that this bill only supports undocumented persons. But right here in this territory, there are local people, born Virgin Islanders, that might not have all the credentials. People have lost the birth certificate, lost different things. How would DMV support people, just regular people, citizens, in obtaining this same particular license to be able to have a license and get the insurance? Assistant Commissioner DMV.
Thank you for the question. We highly encourage them to, of course, pursue obtaining these documents so that they could, of course, obtain their driver's license.
But would they be able to fall into this category and get a driver's license just as well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting this measure.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Volquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. You want to start in Spanish or in English?
I'm going to do a little bit of everything.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Buenas tardes, bon après-midi. Mr. Chair, I have no quarrels or inquiries here. However, I would like to state that we are the stewards of the quality of life in this territory. And in fact, we have a large undocumented population that continues to grow here in this territory. And we have heard testimony from even former and current leaders sharing that their parents or grandparents were, in fact, at some point, an immigrant, even so an undocumented one at fact, when they were a child. This measure changes the lives of those people trying to become citizens of this United States territory. There is an undocumented population of skilled smiths and craftsmen, masonry workers and experts, landscaping, religious leaders, temporary teachers, who come from throughout the Caribbean chain to contribute to our society every single day. Since 2010, 19 states plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. have allowed undocumented immigrants the opportunity to receive what is classified as a restricted driver's license and similar IDs or privilege cards, hence eliminating the chance of arrest from driving without a license, a common fast track to deportation. Now, more states are also considering this, and research shows that the adoption of such a type of a law reduces the likelihood of hit-and-run accidents, lowered insurance costs for drivers, increases the number of insured motorists on the road. It also increases revenue and public safety and improves poverty rates for those people as they're more suited to contribute and commute in our society. Colleagues, let us all support the changing of the quality of life for the transitioning citizenry, the mothers and daughters, the fathers and sons of our island brothers and sisters who come here seeking opportunity and a chance to be a part of what is considered to be the American dream, one would say. It is important that we also understand that the bill, yes, there are some amendments, and I believe we will continue, my colleagues and I will continue to sharpen up the bill to get it to the point where we can assure that all corners are cut directly and there's no issues. That's T's crossed, right? Mr. Chair, I have no questions. I commend the bill sponsor. I also commend the amendment moving forward, and I look forward to voting in the affirmative at the due time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator at-large Volquez. Now we'll move to the Vice Chair, Senator Fonseca, then to Senator DeGraff.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience and the distinguished testifiers before us here today. Buenas tardes, mi comunidad latino. Yo me siento muy orgulloso tener esa oportunidad a apoyar ustedes para pueden cambiar su cheque, llevar sus niños a la escuela con seguridad y todos. We have, this bill is good for the Virgin Islands. Unlicensed drivers will now be covered. The bill would save lives. It generates revenue for the government of the Virgin Islands. These persons will be able to pay for their driver's license. The banks, Ms. Matthews testified, they are in favor of it. The VIPD, they're here before us, Mr. Thomas representing Commissioner Ray Martinez. He is for it. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles is for it. The Department of Justice, we have the Honorable Ms. Carol Thomas Jacobs, Attorney General, hopefully soon to be a judge. The governor has nominated her to be a judge. She is in favor of it. Of course, I'm in favor of her also. It reduces uncompensated care in the hospitals, and I am the chairman of the Committee on Hospitals, Health and Human Services, and this is one of the things that I've been preaching, that uncompensated care of the hospital costs the Virgin Islands money. These persons will now be able to drive a vehicle that has insurance. This will eventually save lives. This bill is good for the Virgin Islands. Like my distinguished colleague from St. John has testified, 19 states has adopted similar legislation. We have additional, distinguished people in our panel. We have Mr. Paul Alexander here, a good friend of mine, respectable guy. We have Mr. Cristobal, Teofilo Cifran, also known as Gringo, good friend of mine. They're here today. I got one question on the bill, and it's on page 5, and this is regarding the testimony, Ms. Matthews. Okay, with this bill, the persons will now be able to cash their paychecks at the bank. This will be accepted in the bank so that they can cash their paycheck. Ms. Matthew, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Acting Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. Yes, persons will be able to cash checks utilizing these IDs. They would not be able to open accounts, but they would be able to cash checks.
Thank you very much, and I'm so happy to see you again. Don't forget that April meeting that you have with the banking insurance. I definitely is looking forward to my invitation. It's always so nice to see you. I know you have a lot of work, but this is a bill it's good for the Virgin Islands. Sometimes we think that things are controversial, but this is not controversial. Look at who is supporting this bill. We have the police, like I said, justice, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. This is not controversial. This is something new. It's a change. But we have people here from Dominica, Haiti, the Philippines, St. Vincent, St. Lucia. These are people that live in our community, and they are supporting it. And, I want to congratulate the chairman, the Honorable Majority Leader, Senator Gittins, for bringing this here before the community. That's one of the reasons why the people have elected us. They have elected us to take a stand on certain important issues that is a benefit to the community. And I stand before you here, Mr. Chair, can I finish up? Yes, I stand before here you to let you know that at the appropriate time, I will be casting my vote to support this measure. Blessings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and in the leap out and say in the defense of the good Acting Attorney General, that her comments today were formal comments on behalf of the Department of Justice and not necessarily her personal beliefs, okay? You have already congratulated her on what she was nominated for. We don't want to start no trouble before.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for your line of questioning. Good Acting Attorney General, did I represent you well?
You certainly did.
Thank you. The good ranking member out of Savan.
Yes.
You're recognized.
Real one.
Soon to be a minority leader. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, I personally would like to say, on behalf of myself, I do not support the bill. In the first section, YC Title 20, Vernalis Code, Part 2, Chapter 35, Section 372A, is amended by striking legal before resident. I ain't gonna strike legal before resident. I highly respect every resident who came from abroad, contributed to this territory, thank you, who testified here today in for this bill. I support you, but like you say, you all are residents. You all went through the process. Now, if the bill was going to say to me that persons who have put in the documentation into the immigration and are waiting for it, and we want to fast track, and then we look to make some adjustment for that because they're here already, I would support that. I will not support removing legal in the Virgin Islands to take it away. I live here all my life. This is where people should come to better themselves in their life. Come from wherever, come from around the world, come from Timbuktu. I open my arms, I welcome you here. Come through the legal process. All of the legal persons who testified here today testified because they're legal residents of the territory. This is my stance. I will not change it, but I'm open to having conversation because I represent everyone in this territory. Legal or illegal, hey, if we have to send you back, we have to send you back. But again, apply the right way. Everyone here did. Now, VIPD, do you have, let me get your title, please, Mr. Thomas.
Sergeant Ludwig Thomas, Special Assistant to the Police Commissioner.
Special Assistant Thomas, do you have statistics that show how many illegal residents have committed accidents, getting accidents, and ran?
I don't have the data with me. However, we can perhaps
good through the chair. We could provide that information
certainly,
also, so we could find a way to address it. Do you have information of how many of them are uninsured?
No.
If we could find out all that exactly. Again, correct. You know, I would like to. Could you? Do you have any information to show, or anyone how much revenue we can generate by passing this bill?
Well, I won't be able to tell you how much revenues you will be able to generate, but that would be for another entity to determine. Right,
and that's what I say. I think those are fair questions across the board to find out. Mm-hmm. So
2 minutes.
There are a lot of cases. We all agree, but there are cases of persons who are legally here, who have driver's license, who get in accidents and hit and run and leave. They leave too. So I'm saying to do the breakdown this way in form of a bill, and I think a lot of people, want to be in what we call politically correct. But I think at some point, and before my time ends, I don't have a problem going against the federal government. Eventually, we're going to have our constitution and we're going to do that. But I'm saying we went against the federal government to identify what our residents are for cannabis. I back them 100%. Now for a driver's license, will become like a gateway to something else. Who say, hey, we could drop all the stuff locally and decide, hey, we ain't going to go with this because this body can do it by the law. So let's not set a bad precedence. Address the things we need to address properly, have the conversations, and address it. Is it a serious situation? I'm sure it is. But let's see the statistics on it. Mm-hmm. Not because people get in an accident and leave, mean they were illegal. But any person who is illegal, who is trying to become a resident of the Virgin Islands, You go through the process. I welcome you 100%. And those of you who have came that route, thank you for all you've contributed to this territory. We couldn't have done it without you. So thank you for what you have done. But again, I don't support the bill as it is.
Time.
Ain't no way, as we say, ain't no way under the sun I'm going to change my mind until we're willing to address some of the issues directly as an entity, and we go from there. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ranking Member from Savannah. And that's why we're here. Pros and cons. Senator Keepert, no. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues, testifiers, people of the territory. First of all, I would like to put on the record, I am a product of parents that are immigrants. My mother came from Tortola, father from St. Kitts Nevis. And I remember as a child, when she was pregnant with my youngest brother, she got in trouble because you had to travel in and out at a time. And apparently she was so pregnant she couldn't just go next door to Tortola. She got a stamping that said she deliberately overstayed her welcome just to give birth to a U.S. child. I remember that vividly as a child. And this is the kind of stuff that was happening back then. But we fast forward to today, and I am a very fair person. I am always going to come from a place of data, information, and pros and cons. I want to commend my minority member for bringing forward this piece of legislation. And we've spoke about quite a bit of the pros that could happen because of this. But I pay attention to a lot of different things when I do research. And one of the things that no single person I have heard brought to this table here today in these chambers is the size of our community. Nobody has spoken about that. And that is a major factor. And what some people are not paying attention to, we listed off 21 locations that have millions of people in it. Millions. If you go to Rhode Island, 1.09 million people. New York, 8.4. Delaware, 1.3 million people. And then I took the time to divide them by law enforcement, because this is also dealing with the enforcement aspect of it. So here in the Virgin Islands, for every one officer, you're roughly going to be dealing with 36 individuals. In the state of Rhode Island, for every one officer, it's 240 individuals. For every one in New York, Delaware is 192. I toss out these numbers to share something. We are a territory. And as a small community, what happens in 19 states with millions of people is not the same identical dynamic here in a very small community that's the size of a dot. And where my concern comes in, because I want to share with you, I support what we're attempting to do, but I don't want to leave this Senate floor without sharing with you the cons of it as well.
2 minutes.
When you're in a small community, we are now creating a potential database where it would be very easy to now identify undocumented people. Undocumented people, if we're going to create a card that has a different just color, you're going to be able to specifically identify them for who they are just by their driver's license. And when you're in a situation when this community is so compact, the probabilities of just being able to find Tom, Joe, Harry is not difficult. When it's a situation of you living in maybe New York, the probabilities of you running into the same law enforcement is probably slim to none. The probabilities of you coming across the same dynamic is not going to be the same as in a very tiny community that we have. And that is something I'm concerned that we're not even attempting to discuss the size of our population. The Virgin Islands is unique where we're divided into 3 islands. St. John has 4,000 roughly. St. Croix is 50-50. To the police department, if you're in a situation where you have an undocumented individual that got into an accident, and you have a local individual that got into an accident, the local police show up. People are upset, angry, they're going back and forth. Somebody says, you know, I know a friend in immigration, let me call them. They show up. Can you, as the police, stop the federal government from going with that person?
No, Senator.
You can't do it. But we have now provided a document to now identify all of these individuals in this territory that is so tiny. I grew up here where I could almost identify every last one of my friends I went to school with in various neighborhoods. And this is just me, one person.
Time.
So I'm not saying I don't understand what my colleague, Mr. Chair, could I wrap up, please?
You may.
I'm not saying that I don't understand what my colleague is trying to do. But we have to understand that not everything that is done in the states is going to be in our best interest in a community this size. So I want to add that to your thought process when we are, you know, we heard a lot of cheerleading, but I don't want to walk away from here not telling you the other side of it, because it's not going to be as simple as a lot of people might think it is in a community this size. So I wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next up, you ready, sir? Senator Javon James, Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Sergeant at Arms, please come forward.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. I stand in support of the concept behind Bill number 35-0013, but obviously, based on today's discussion, it is a fact that the legislation needs to be further amended. So I support the bill with reservations. And I hope by the time that we reach to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, that we can have some level of consensus between the various departments and agencies within government regarding Bill number 35-0013. Because as we know, the United States Constitution grants individuals the right and freedom to travel, but as the years went by and we graduated or evolved from donkey and cart and horse and cart, we realized that we now have vehicles, and we found a need to regulate how we go about traversing while living in the United States.
My apologies. You may proceed now. Thank you.
Yeah. You owe me 20 seconds.
Yes, go ahead.
Like Bob Marley said, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Fight on arrival, fighting for survival. And that's what my grandmother did. Based on the story that my mom told me, my grandmother came from the island of St. Kitts. She went to St. Croix. And because of my grandmother, I'm here today because my grandmother left my mother behind, and she was being taken care of. And then eventually my grandmother went through the process, the legal process, and she was able to bring her siblings here. And because of them, I am here today. And I appreciate what my grandmother did for us. However, I just want to make sure that while we make the recommendation of putting it in another color, like my colleague said, that it do not create a situation of separation. And there is some level of separation, but it will lead to individuals knowing for sure, okay, that individual is undocumented. And it will cause some fuss and fight when you go to the bank and you pull out your card that looks different. You know, people are going to fling the word and say X, Y, and Z. So it will come with some issues. However, I do stand in support of the measure. I am not a member of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, but I will pay close attention to the conversation leading up to this legislation reaching to the full body, because VIPD said instead of 90 days, they would like it to be 1 year. And my question to VIPD, what is the rationale of VIPD's recommendation of suggesting that the individual show proof of residing in the territory for at least 1 year? Because that is in the testimony.
Well, Senator, certainly you should be able to provide
2 minutes.
proof that you reside in the territory for a period of time. And in order for you to be able to traverse our roadways, I think a year is sufficient time to be able to be considered.
Because I think the sponsor of the measure was going based off of the 90-day requirement for
Citizenship.
But those are individuals who are considered, like the good individual from Savan said, legal.
Right.
So we are mirroring something that pertains to individuals, and these are not my words, based on the United States government, that individuals are legal. And we are saying these individuals will have temporary status as far as driving, and we're saying 90 days. So I just need to know, I guess the sponsor of the measure will speak on that, whether he plans to put that language in the bill regarding the 365 days as showing proof of residing in the territory. Because you want individuals to be law-abiding as well. You want to make sure that you don't just come here within 3 months, because you could play the game for 3 months and behave yourself, and then eventually you can now go on the road and then be your real self. But I think within a year, you can really get to see who the behavior or the characteristics of that individual.
But not only that, Senator, we also have to consider the fact that a year should give you sufficient time to not only know our roadways, but learn the way we drive and to learn our driving process. Our laws in particular, there are a lot of people that we obviously forget that we have to stop at the stop sign. A rolling stop is not a stop. We have people doing those type of things all the time, and a year is sufficient time to be able to understand that and more as it relates to safety on the roadway.
And you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. If I'm not mistaken, we are the only Caribbean island or any place in the Caribbean that drives on the left-hand side, right?
Time.
If I'm not mistaken. DMV, are you aware of that? We have other...
No, I think we have others.
We have other islands that you drive on the left-hand side of the road.
But we're the only U.S. territory.
US. And
Okay.
the power steering is on the...
I will not abuse my time. Like I said, I stand in support of the bill, but with reservations, and I look forward to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing where we can see those amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you, everyone, for testifying here today.
Thank you, Senator James Sr., and I'm sure you'll see some amendments starting from today. We don't really have to wait until then. Senator Joseph? Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate, and good day, everyone. I really appreciate the intention and the principle of what this piece of legislation is attempting to do. But I was listening to my colleagues as well as I wanted to share a personal experience that I had. My daughter had just gotten her driver's license. This would have been in 2017, and she got into an accident. Someone who didn't have a driver's license or insurance hit into her. Now, she just in high school, first time behind the wheel, and she got into an accident. The police officer waited until I was on the scene, because she was a minor, so that she could have a discussion with them and represent herself. And she represented herself well. The other driver who was negligent, he wasn't able to produce his driver's license. Turned out we went to court. Guess who was present? My daughter and I and the police officer. Guess who was absent? The gentleman who hit into the car, and is my car, which had a big dent on it. He had no insurance. The police officer never asked for or even arrested him because he didn't have his driver's license. No driver's license, no insurance. Who had to carry the burden of fixing my car? I did. And so it is an issue here in the Virgin Islands. VIPD, that is an instance. Tell me, what would normally, and this is for the special assistant to the commissioner, what would be the normal activity and normal course and process in an accident, a vehicle accident, where the person who is negligent, what would happen to them, especially if they don't have their driver's license?
Well, if the individual...
Please state your name before we are transcribing.
Sergeant Luther Thomas, Special Assistant to the Police Commissioner. If the individual did not have or possess a driver's license or even produced a driver's license at the time, the individual should have had some sort of identification on them, whether in a form of an ID.
He did have an identification. He showed his ID that he was working in Pueblo Supermarket.
So at least we know where he was. So we should have been able to have gotten his address to put in the report, and then he could have been sued through small claims. You could have redeemed your money. You said he had a job. He should have been able to...
He had fled the island.
You didn't say that. You're saying I know.
I'm telling you now because that was part of it. He had fled the island because we went through the process. He had fled the island. But, and so I also... Is it, maybe I should ask the Attorney General, the acting Attorney General, couldn't that officer have arrested that person on site because they did not have a driver's license?
2 minutes.
Senator, I don't, this is what you're saying. I don't know all the facts and circumstances.
But I'm just giving you the scenario.
I don't want to presuppose what would happen because...
Excuse me, Senator, you ask a question, please allow the testifier to respond and then...
Very well.
Because we know that the stenographer is going to be pulling the hair out. Please, I'll give you back your time, but please allow her to respond and then you go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so Senator, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know all the facts. I don't know all the circumstances. I don't know. And I don't want to tell you this is what should happen in that particular situation when I am not privy to all the information, to all the facts to make an appropriate determination.
Okay. So my point is that while this piece of legislation would help resolve some issues regarding persons who are undocumented. I know I feel it because my parents are also immigrants. I remember vividly that immigration sent my father and my mother home when I was an infant here. My father was overstaying and incidentally he got in an accident. And so that's how they found out he was overstaying. And we all were sent back to the island nation of Antigua. I was maybe 6 months old, and my mother had the wherewithal to bring us back here to St. Thomas. But my father had to stay up there until he got himself straightened out. So it does meet a void, but we have to be cautious because we could also provide an opportunity for people to, again, take advantage of this very vulnerable population who has come here to better their life. Someone, and I was sharing, one of my colleagues was sharing with me, someone at the bank, if Mr. LaFond, they would know that this person is by the distinguished different card color, they would know that this person isn't staying here legally. And what could happen?
Again, it goes towards the discrimination we were talking about. So I will defer it back to attorney if I know she wants to say something. To that extent, but the law speaks to it.
If the chair permits, I would.
Okay, on the chair, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So I know this. I just want, and I think it addresses Senator Halliger's concern too. And I hear you. I understand your concern. But federal law under the Real ID Act and under the regulations that govern the Real ID Act, it specifically, and in fact, in my testimony, that's why I actually quote it in my testimony, because I suspect this may be an issue. It actually says that the license or the identification must have a unique design or color indicator. That is what the federal statute requires. And if you look at the other jurisdictions that have similar legislation, they all have similar language. For those that I've looked at, they have similar language. It talks about a unique design or color identification.
But that doesn't prevent anyone from actually reporting that this person is an undocumented person who knows that, and reporting them to the proper federal authorities, does it?
The truth is, you could be what people do. People could, no.
You're pushing it, but go ahead.
Thank you. You're so kind, Lord. I'm very. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. But just wrap up. I'll just ask the acting attorney general to just wrap up.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I understand the concern, but we have to follow the law, and the law says that these limited purpose driver's license and identification must have a unique design or color indicator.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leniency. I know you were busy working, so I took advantage.
Thank you. Prior to recognizing Senator Fred Gregory, point of information, Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently in the application process for BMV, they have a section if an individual is applying for a real ID or for a license, and there is a distinguished sign that separates a real ID license from a not real ID license, and there are some markings on it for identification purposes. So it's something that they currently have within the system, and it just needs to be expanded if needed to be. But it's required for the certification and compliance purposes of the federal government, and that's why they had to have that.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon to the testifiers. So I have listened intently to the discussion before us today. And as my colleagues talk, there's just so much information that's permeating out of this conversation. In particular, and I think Senator Joseph tried to flesh out my concern, but my good millennial colleague from St. Croix brought up an issue about the different colors of the identification. And within the legislation, there is a section that speaks specifically to the director of the DMV or employees of the DMV not reporting any information about an undocumented, let's just use that for the sake of this discussion, an undocumented person here in the territory. However, as undocumented Donna takes her ID that has a different color or whatever that is, nothing prevents that person in the bank from seeing Donna coming every 2 weeks to change a check and decide that he or she is going to pick up the phone to say, hey, XYZ, right? So I want to make sure that we are not moving in a direction where we have unintended consequences. Because many times we're trying to help and we hurt in the process. And of course, we compare ourselves, as to my good colleague in the minority, the radio host. We often compare ourselves with other states, but let us be reminded that we are in a very small-knit community. Just yesterday, our IRB director talked about the fact that our tax system mirrors a tax system on the United States level for about 3 million people, whereas we have 87,000 people. We have to really flesh out what we're doing here in the Virgin Islands and be mindful of not comparing ourselves with other states, because I see some unintended consequences here. But let me ask this question. When I looked at the measure initially, I said I thought that the measure was focusing around individuals who possess valid authorization for work, temporary protected services, individuals who are approved for asylum applications, or students who attend the University of the Virgin Islands, as well as teachers. We know that we have many teachers here who are H-1B visas, etc. In talking to the sponsor, it expands it a little more, and hence my concern around you show your ID at the supermarket.
2 minutes.
So these are my concerns. I see the importance of us making sure that we address the issues on our roadways. And I'm going to ask this question of our representative from VIPD. And my concern here is, we come before this institution with testimony, but we really need to begin to provide data. And many times we don't really think about the data that we need. But in order for us as elected leaders to make an informed decision around an important matter of this nature, I believe it is important for us to have some idea as to how many people are stopped without driver's license, without insurance, that kind of stuff. So you don't have that information at all, Mr. Thomas.
Senator Carrion did request some information that I have here.
So you do have something.
I'm not sure if it's the information that he wants in the manner in which he wants it. He'll have to look at it.
Okay, my time is running. So we'll see what you have. And then in the legislation, it speaks to 2 IDs, and I need clarification on that. So is it one or the other? And let me ask DMV this question, because they would be the issuing entity for both of the IDs. In your in reading the measure, is it one or the other? Meaning, if you're not a driver, you can get a ID, but you can't get 2. Can you get 2? Is it clear enough in the legislation that you cannot get 2 pieces of IDs from this measure?
The legislation does not speak to getting 2. What we understand is either or.
Either or, okay. And then under the... Okay, so this is through the chair to the legal counsel,
Time.
Mr. Chair. Can I proceed?
I don't see why you can't get them.
You may.
Okay, so of course we know that within the statute, the Virgin Islands statute, we have many different definitions of resident. Just recently, we had a huge discussion with when we moved the cannabis measure. Do we need a definition in this particular measure? Because we have lots of different definitions of residence within the statute in the Virgin Islands. So I just need to be clear on do we need a different definition for resident here? Because I think that my colleague from Savan, his concerns are valid as well. But we need to make sure that we are fleshing this thing out in the right way, that we tie it up in the right bow, because we don't need any unintended consequences. I heard one of my colleagues over here speak to the fact that this is going to address uncompensated care. Farthest thing from the truth. So let me hear from Madam Legal Counsel.
Through the chair to Senator Fred Gregory, being that the proposed bill would take the word legal from the statute, essentially 35 VIC 20 VIC 372A, then it kind of open it up to anybody who lives here. I know that, at least I don't see right now, and I'll take a moment to look, that resident isn't defined within Title 20.
Correct.
So it would be prudent, since the term legal is being removed, to perhaps further define what would be considered a resident.
For this section.
For this section.
Yeah, so that's one of my concerns, that I think that where we need shoring up. And Mr. Chair, can I ask one more question, if you would give me some leeway?
You may. This chair is always generous. You may wrap it up.
So this question is for BMV. And the question is, so how would the BMV validate the identification of, let's just say, an undocumented person? And when I say identification, proof of identity in the legislation speaks to certain unexpired consular identification document issued. How would the DMV now be able to do the validation of these documents? Because we know the world that we live in, right? Mm-hmm. So how? Because I'm in support of the measure, but I want to make sure that we shore this measure up. We don't need any unintended consequences on this.
Thank you for the question. It's actually a great question. This is something that I would definitely consult with the director. It's for open conversation, so in order for us to determine the validity of their residency, the identity, I should say. So it's a conversation that needs to be held.
Yeah, so these are the things that we have to contemplate, colleagues, as we move this measure forward. And we just have to figure it out. But those are my concerns. Mr. Chair, thank you for the leeway.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Point of inquiry to the chair, to the IPD. Like I said before, I support the concept, and I clearly see we have quite a bit of amendments to try to clean this up. But when it comes to, I'm a very protective type senator. I'm always looking at things that could happen, and I'm looking at ways for protection. Now, I know the VIPD had an issue a while back where internally data was collected and sold, I believe, outside of the department. There was an incident, it was all in the news, where there was, I think, a individual had collected some of the information and had put it out to the public. I think they either sold it or did something with it. I read it in the news a couple years ago.
I don't recall. I don't recall, Senator.
Okay. Well, you might not recall, but if a situation like that, how do we have protections when it comes to information once you're documenting these individuals? Because that's what we're going to be doing.
Well, the department has policies with respect to the dissemination of information by employees and staff.
Okay. I also, in the bill, I'm almost done. In the bill, it speaks to, I think it was Section F, where you're not supposed to share information, I guess, voluntarily. But does anything preclude you from, if the federal government comes to whether the DMV or the VIPD, and says we need information. What precludes that from happening? Can you refuse the federal government from turning over this information to them if they request it?
I would say it depends on what they need the information for. If it's an ongoing investigation, we would seek Attorney General an opinion with respect to the dissemination of that information. So it's not that we would just readily go
Well, the
and just...
acting Attorney General is here, so could you respond?
Okay. Well, Senator, the statute itself states that you cannot turn over the information to anyone without the informed consent of the applicant, a warrant signed by a state or federal judge, a lawful court order, or subpoena. So if someone
would have to go through the court system.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. I got you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of inquiry, and then followed by Senator James Sr.
Thank you. So I really think this is a good discussion. All day I've heard that the purpose of this legislation is to address driver's license, drivers, uninsured drivers, that kind of thing, and why people are not. But so why, and I'm not sure who I should be asking this question to, but it's something that we need to ask ourselves, colleagues. Why are we issuing a second license? If we are pushing the agenda, because I agree with the agenda around the driver's license issue and the fact that we have a lot of motorists in our community who are uninsured, who have driving cars that's not registered, and who do not have driver's license. However, as I read it a little more, I didn't understand it before. I'm now seeing that there's another opportunity for a license, as I asked earlier. So if the concern is only around driver's license and uninsured drivers, why are we? What is the purpose or the need for the second component in the measure? I need to understand that. I guess the chair can ask, or the bill sponsor could say point of information, but I need to understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your point of information and inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of inquiry. And I too do not know who I should ask this, but they have several sections in there that speaks to accountability, and we're using the word may instead of shall. But the question I would like to ask the Department of Justice, because I can't question my colleagues on the floor, is if individuals are found in violation of disclosing such information, what is the penalty for that? Is there a penalty, or it just sits on deaf ears?
Well, this statute does not provide a penalty.
So there are no consequences?
Well, not in the statute as written.
And that's the problem in the bill, and there's no knock to the sponsor, but the bill needs some substance to it. Otherwise, the word may, you know the difference between the word may and shall? You know, so that's my question. So I guess the sponsor of the measure could determine if you use may or shall, and whatever may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. And colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly why we are here. Exactly. If something is missing, then we amend it, we put it in. That's why I had to thank the Department of Justice earlier, who evidently worked along with the sponsor. There were certain observations. They have put it in. Something else might have been missed. There might have been typos. Whatever it is, we are here to have a discussion and make sure that we try to provide the best document that we possibly can. And before I go to the bill sponsor, I'll ask a couple of questions or make some statements. Okay. First off, I don't want us to get off track and believe somehow that this measure is just to somehow willy-nilly grant undocumented individuals a driver's license or a ID. This is also about those individuals who are legally here by way of what you call it, a work visa or a student visa, etc. We have teachers in our system right now who are in limbo that can't operate a motor vehicle. We heard testimony where they're packing up in cars, carpooling, getting to and from work, etc., because of our lack thereof, public transportation, etc. And I'm going to tell you, as a retired law enforcement officers, I prefer to know where they are and how to find them. And if they're going to come in and be able to get what I would rather hear called what is it? I had it written down here, driver's authorization card or a driver's privilege card or operator's privilege card, whatever the case may be, I would prefer for them to have that. Many times as a certified traffic accident investigator, I've handled accidents where the individual don't have nothing on them at all. And those are the individuals that you can't find later on. This, can I finish my line first, please? I will recognize everyone. I think I've been generous to allow everybody to say what they have to say, and we haven't even gone to the sponsor yet. And I beg your indulgence to those who are waiting for Block 3. This document I walk around with for a long time. You see the thing turning color and all. I had this from the time I was in the police department. This is the Constitution of the United States and the Declaration of Independence. And in looking at doing some research on this measure up to about 2:30 this morning, I also looked at the pros and cons of it. And a lot of people in favor of this measure as well. Also, the granting the driver's license to illegal immigrants, that is, often refer or cite the amendment of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which holds that states must provide equal protection to all people who live in their jurisdictions, not just citizens, but to all people who live in their jurisdiction. And in looking at this, I know off the top, it's like going to the doctor's office and they're telling you you have to take this big pill. And you're looking at it and saying, well, who's going to swallow that? But if you want to get better, you would take it. And once you take it without water, you're going to realize it went down nicely. But I say that to say that as we work this document, as long as I've been here, they're always saying there's no perfect document. And as we're here discussing this, I love the discussion back and forth, the pros and the cons. But I want everybody to just take a look at this fairly, and at the end, that we make our decisions professionally, respecting everyone's belief. But I really wanted to put on record that I don't think that we need to just look at this about just undocumented individuals, but also look at those individuals who may legally have a right here for work and school and fall in the limbo of not being able to obtain a driver's license or an ID. This current system just does not serve anyone well. And we're trying to find that level ground where we can address this problem. I quoted something earlier as to how much millions of people across America is here illegally, but everybody, every state is trying to address this somehow. All right? I will recognize Senator Francis Heiliger quickly for a point of inquiry, and then we'll go to the bill sponsor.
Thank you. Point of inquiry to the chair, to representatives of the various organizations. Listening to my colleagues here today, for myself, I'm going to keep saying my biggest concern is protecting or identifying undocumented individuals with a color-coded ID in such a small community. But would you guys consider I heard several colleagues speak about putting in the bill specifically those that students, teachers, individuals that have already turned in their paperwork, already going through the process. Is that something that you think is workable, or do you believe that it should just stay open-ended, potentially leaving the doorway open to identify people that don't even fall into any of these other categories? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, through the chair, what I would say is people who, as you mentioned, teachers, students, and so forth. Well, we know it's not everybody who is after a driver's license. Some people have no need for a driver's license, but as the bill states, either or. They can have an identification for if they want to go to the bank to cash a check. So I say this bill is good for that purpose, to help undocumented people who want to have some form of identification. Now, when the immigration picks up an undocumented person, they don't deport them. They give them a hearing, and they have a right to an attorney. And then the judge can tell them, I give you 1 year to put everything together before you can leave this country. It's not like they just pick up people and just send them back. So when they were making reference to when you go to the bank and the cashier or the teller will call immigration for them, they can do that, but the person does not have to stay there and wait until they call the immigration for the immigration to come and arrest them. Okay. They get their money, they go and do their business. Immigration get their name and address and come to your home where they are and pick them up. They still don't deport them. They give them a hearing, as I said, and they can get 6 months to a year.
But they're now identified as undocumented with immigration at that point.
Say that again?
They would now be identified by immigration as undocumented.
Right.
Okay. So any other representative would like to chime in so I could get a better understanding?
One more, and then I'll move to the
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
to the sponsor. You may
Okay, yeah, as my colleagues just mentioned it, I think it is good, as you mentioned, the second ID. Let's say, for instance, someone, not most of the places, especially the banks, when you go there to change a check, to cash a check, they ask you, of course, for a second ID. Let's say if that person have only his driver's license, he has his passport, he won't be able to cash that check. So I think the second ID mention it is good. And not only, when you go to the bank, and also the places where you go, they ask you for a second
identification. Thank you. I'll take one more point of information, and then we're going to the bill sponsor. We need to move along a bit. Senator, please recognize Senator DeGraff's mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add in the discussion that you brought forward. I would support us looking to do legislation to address that. That is something different to me to what we are discussing for me, based on what I said, based on where I stand, to address that issue. So we could always have these working meeting, we take the document, we sit down in a committee and we address it. To address some of the issues that have been done before, we can find an equal medium, and I'm willing to support that. But not this as it stands. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
So he sits right next to you. He sits in your caucus. You guys can work on this, and we can come to a happy medium on this. Thank you. Senator Carrion, you're recognized. I think we're working towards that end right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say to my colleagues, thank you so much for the support that they've been providing so far, and the feedback and concerns, I think, are legitimate ones, and that's what we're here for. Like you stated, every proposed legislation is a working document. It's a live document, and this is one that is a live document, and we're here. This is the first phase of it. There's some recommendations that have been provided by testifiers from the government. I just want for the record to be clear that we didn't work on this draft isolated apart from the government agencies. At the forefront was the director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, who clearly also suggested and recommended the items that should be used for proof of identity, and so many others, along with Department of Justice and the VIPD and so many other agencies and stakeholders that play a key role in this legislation. Apart from meeting with different associations, like the Insurance Association, the Banking Association, and so many others, just to ensure that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted. But there's always room for improvement. There's always room for change. And like I said, this is a live document. I wanted to address a few things with regards to the residency stipulated within this proposed legislation. And I want to ask the Assistant Director for the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, when someone comes in with a foreign license and is here in a territory, how long are they allowed to be able to operate and drive with that foreign license?
If they have a foreign license, provided it provide us with a driving record, and we normally vet them through this system called SAVE. It may be anywhere from 1 to 2 years, and our license will reflect that amount of time on it as well.
Okay. And in conversations with the director, who is not here this afternoon also, I understand that BMV has that documentation, or where they validate foreign documentations, because there's international manual and data system where you can validate original official documents from different countries and places. But also, when someone comes from the United States to the territory, they're allowed to drive for 90 days with their current driver's license without having to change and turn in their state license for a local license. So based on the 90 days residency requirement, it was suggested and recommended by the director that we use that portion of what we have already in the code and allow 90 days residency in order to then be able to obtain a driver's license. Because currently, if you have a driver's license from any other place, after 90 days, you would have to turn it in and get a local driver's license. So that's one thing. And with regards to recommendations from VIPD, I appreciate recommendations, but then who is to say that during that year, these individuals won't be driving illegally? And what we want to do is to minimize having people in our streets driving without the assurance that they know our traffic laws and without them being properly insured and licensed to do so. I know there was questions that were arise today about data. And data, we can and we have data from VIPD. We have a number of documents here, papers that were submitted by VIPD that states the amount of tickets or violations for failure to register, failure to display license tickets, driving without a license, driving without being insured. The problem we have is that if you are a person that has an irregular status, which is a term I like to use because I believe everyone has some sort of documentation, they're not registered in our system. So it's hard for us to get data to tell you what's the amount of individuals that we have within the Virgin Islands that have an irregular status? Or what's the amount of people in the Virgin Islands that are illegal residents, as one of the terms that are used? It's almost impossible because these individuals live within the shadow because of their immigration status. By providing an ID and a driver's license, we are allowing a sector within our community that are very active within our community, and we know that's the truth, to come out of the shadows. And now we'll be able to then have data about these individuals and have data that when we could accumulate and be able to report back. In the state of California, when they implemented this measure, a year after, they were able to prove through data that individuals that the hit and run numbers had decreased. Because now they had data to prove that individuals that registered who before had irregular status, now they're able to report and say the numbers have decreased, this amount of people have registered, and there's accountability purpose. What's accountability we have now? Zero, none. There's nothing really to say what's the amount of this, how many individuals we have within our population that fall within this category. The other issue that was presented, if I may, Mr. Chair?
You may.
Thank you.
Continue.
With regards to a second ID, currently B&V offers a second ID. Not everyone is a driver, has an interest in driving, but can apply for an identification card. So this was a suggestion presented also by the Director of Motor Vehicle, and it is what currently we have within our system. And I want to also clear something else that I think is very important. This measure doesn't only apply to individuals that are here illegally or illegal resident. This applies to legal residents of the Virgin Islands who maybe do not want to go through the hassle of submitting all the documentations that are necessary for Real ID and prefer to just submit basic documentations to have a driver's license within their territory. And currently we have individuals that fall within that category. Seniors who don't want to go to the hassle and have to wait for a whole month or more to get a response that they've been approved for their Real ID process and given a Real ID license. So I wanted to make that clear. Also that, again, there's other individuals that are here legally that fall within this category. Students that have a foreign visa, student visa in the territory. Individuals that are here with working permits now struggle when they have to renew or extend their visa license, or their visa permits, I should say, and they're not granted a license until they receive those documentations, which could take months to a year in receiving. Individuals who are here with companion visas, the family members, the spouses, for these individuals that are here with working visa, they cannot get a driver's license at this moment because they don't have a social security number. So to say that this bill only benefits individuals with illegal immigration status is far from the truth. This really applies and is applicable to individuals that are here in the territory also legally, and it also applies to individuals who just don't want to have, for whatever reason, might not want to have a Real ID. So I ask my colleagues to take all these matters into consideration. What's the purpose behind of this? The purpose behind of this is to have safer roads and safer communities. And by having individuals identify and license, we're opening the door to provide a safer place for all of us. So thank you very much. And I ask your support on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Johnson, on Synchro, you are recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry goes to motor vehicle, and it's in regards to people that have a visa, also have a driver's license, and are now waiting for the visa because they expired, but they can't get the driver's license because the visa expired, but are forced to pay the great penalty. What is the motor vehicle status on this? Why do these people have to pay when it's not their fault? Why the visa ain't come back in time? and have these big bills of 300 and 400, and these are the people that we asked to come in to teach. What's the stance on motor vehicle with this? Isn't there a waiver that can be done?
Just to clarify what you're asking, you're saying that these individuals who have visa, the ones that expired, they're waiting.
Driver's license.
The
Visa expired.
Go ahead.
The driver's license expired. They're waiting for the visa to be approved, but they can't get to renew their driver's license because the visa expired. And they hear we brought them into work.
They could renew the driver's license. There's been some modification between the immigration system where we could verify their current status, and it grants them an extension. So with that extension, they can renew their license.
Mr. Chair, if I may, that's my inquiry, but Mr. Pineda, has that similar situation happened to folks right now as we speak? Can you allow Mr. Pineda to explain it a little more, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, repeat that? Sorry.
Mr. Pineda is going through this experience of family members of his, in which we're just trying to clarify based with my point of inquiry. And I would like for him to explain a little bit more the start of this, because it's happening as we speak. Folks have to pay an additional $360 because of how long the visa took, but motor vehicle are not paying attention that it's not their fault.
He's recognized.
In time, so I would like Mr. Pineda to have a few words on what he's experiencing in his family. Mr. Chair?
Yes, he's recognized.
So what happened is the BMV is following our visa. So if we have a 3 years contract, our license will be 3 years. So whenever our visa will expire, our license will be expired too. So some of the teachers, we are waiting for our visa to be approved. That means we don't have any license, valid license during those times. So some of the teachers will have to pay like $360, depending on how many days our visa is expired. So that's what they are expressing to us.
So, point of information, Senator Carrion, and then I'll recognize Senator Fred Gregory for a point of inquiry.
Thank you. Just to provide some light, because we've been dealing with constituents that have this issue, similar issue. And the problem lies that when their visas expire, then they have to wait on the agency that hired them, who is their sponsor, to submit the documentations for the extension of their visa, and they're allowed an additional 2-year extension. Now, in the sometimes the ball is dropped by the sponsor company, which could be the government, the Department of Education, or any corporation who brings in someone with a working visa. So during the time that, as they wait for the renewal process, the license that they currently have is subject to the visa that they were given. So if the visa was for 3 years, the BMV gives them a temporary 3-year license. That expires. Now, during the period of the renewal documentation, they are driving with an expired driver's license. So hence the problem. When they renew, there's a penalty within the code for, I think it's every month that they go by with an expired driver's license. And by the time they renew, they have to pay that penalty for the months they were without renewing their license. And that's the issue, because in their case, it's not something voluntarily that they are not wanting to get a renew license, but that they don't have the documentation in order to get a renew license. So that we've had that conversation with the BMV director. The Department of Education can provide a letter. That's one of the options that she provides, so that they can verify that these documents are in process, and they could waive the fees to these individuals that are in this situation.
Thank you. I think we're going to be here all day with these points.
Interested.
But I'll recognize you, Senator James. I'm sorry. No, Senator James. I'm sorry. Hold on. Senator, I did say followed by Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I definitely appreciate the conversation around the individuals that have work visas, etc. The gentleman that spoke, I think he's a teacher. Mm-hmm. He's probably a teacher. So I do agree with the bill sponsor that, you know, that gap in between, we could close that gap. And closing that gap just requires communication between the Department of DMV and the Department of Education. And in our instances, that's where most of our H-1B visa people are. So that's a communication issue. So our teachers who are here from the Philippines, we need them. Jamaica, we need them. Then we need to make them feel comfortable enough to go in and make the application, go into the education office, get the letter, because they're on the payroll still. They're not sitting at home. They are teaching our children every day. So these are things that we need to, like, that's why I said we got to shore this up. I think it's a very good conversation, and there's a group of people in our community who are impacted by this in a very interesting way. But our responsibility as elected leaders is to shore this up. And I think that there's a ripe conversation, because I know that many of them walk around here in our community feeling very disheveled because of situations like that. So we need to shore it up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator James Sr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I'm here on census.gov, and I'm reading a section, are unauthorized immigrants included in the resident population counts? And I know during the census that individuals might not come forward, but now that we have that data readily available at BMV, I'm not sure if BMV can answer that, but do you think there will be an obligation moving forward now that we have the data from all these individuals who are undocumented to include them in the census so we can have a better understanding of our true population? Because you know that determines our federal dollars and how things are allotted. And if you can't answer it, Department of Justice, if you just want to weigh in on the conversation.
I think that's a good question. The director, of course, will be in communication with, of course, the census. It is a valid point. These individuals would be included, well, I'm proposing that would be included in our census population to keep account of the residents in the community.
And Department of Justice, any comments?
I think
wrap this up for one.
Should they be included? Should we get that information directly from DMV? Is that what you're asking? Because I'm like, everyone in the Virgin Islands should be included in the census. Once you live in the Virgin Islands, you should be included.
Well, we know that doesn't happen. We have a sector. We're talking about undocumented individuals. You're saying that based on what's happening right now with the practice of the census, everyone is included. How do they come about with those numbers?
Well, I'm not saying everyone is included because everyone doesn't report, but everyone should be included. The purpose of a census is to find out every single person who lives in that community. Some people, of course, as we talk about today, live in the shadows. They don't want to report anything. They don't want to identify themselves, especially if they're here illegally.
So I'm basically saying there will be an obligation moving forward for individuals who freely gave the information into our system and are saying, hey, I'm willing to do the right thing. So I'm saying that we will have a better idea of our true population in the Virgin Islands. So that's all I'm basically saying. So there should be an obligation for them to be included in the census through BMV, but that's another conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Giovanni James Sr. We have exhausted all senators' debate time at this time. The committee will take a 3-minute recess, and I'll be right back to get a motion on this measure. Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, March 15, 2023 is back on record. So we have exhausted all the debate time for Bill number 35, that's 0013. At this time, I'll entertain any amendments. Amendment, Senator Bolkes Jr., recognized for your amendment. Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolkes Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that amendment number 35-201 is amended to bill number 35-0013 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section to read as follows. Section blank, Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9 is amended by adding section 230C to read as follows. Section 230C, automobile insurance coverage for holders of limited purpose operators license. Any insurer providing a person with a motor vehicle insurance coverage shall not consider as part of any of its underwriting requirements the legal status of a person who has obtained an operator's license under 20 VIC Section 375A and shall not deny automobile insurance coverage based on the person's legal status in the Virgin Islands. Be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Bolkes Jr., seconded by Senator Francis Heiliger and Senator Ray Fonseca. Any objections? Hearing no objections on the amendment, so ordered. Any more amendments? I hear a motion. Motion, Senator Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill 35-0013 as amended, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 35, relating to the issuance of operators' licenses and identification cards to allow applicants to obtain limited purpose identification cards and operators' licenses without providing certain federally required documentation, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Bolkes Jr., seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call on Bill number 35-0013 as amended. And media, please keep the camera on St. Croix and our good colleague there so I could see his vote if we don't hear him, please. Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill number 35-0013 as amended.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Yes. Senator Bolkes, yes. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yes. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yes, 1 no, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you. The measure has passed. Congratulations to the bill sponsors. At this time, I will allow for the government testifiers. What? I'm coming. The measure has passed and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further amendments and action. I will allow for the government, for the testifiers to give a 30-second closeout. 30 seconds, no more, please. Starting with the acting AG.
So, good afternoon, Chairman Gittins. Again, thank you for inviting me to testify on this important bill. I know it's important to the community, and of course, we're here to assist in any way we can.
Thank you for inviting the Department of Justice. Thank you. You're welcome.
Department of Justice. The Department of Justice.
Virgin Islands Police Department.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, and likewise, the VIPD is thankful for the opportunity to give testimony regarding the measure.
Thank you. BMV.
Good afternoon. Would like to say thank you on behalf of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, on behalf of Director McIntosh for inviting us here. We'll be sure to provide any updates as soon as possible.
Thank you. Attorney Matthew, Division of Banking and Insurance.
Good afternoon. I too would like to thank you as well as the members of the committee for the opportunity to provide information on this important measure.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander.
Thank you and the rest of the colleagues for giving me the opportunity to be here on this historic moment to testify in favor of this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not fully there yet. We have a lot more work to be done. Mr. Fleury?
Well, thank you, Chairman, on behalf of the Haitian community, and also thank you to Senator Carrion, and to give me the opportunity to come here and, of course, testify. And I want to avail myself also if any document needs to be translated, whether in Creole, in French, in Italian, and, of course, in Spanish. I'm here to help. I know Senator Bulk is Spanish, but I avail myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Velez is available, or she had to leave. Mr. James?
Yes, thank you very much on behalf of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Association. And of course, the people of the Virgin Islands, thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Rene? Mr. Rene left. Mr. Pineda?
On behalf of the Filipino community, maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Mr. Lorenzo?
Yeah, on behalf of the Dominican Republic community, thank you to all the members of the legislature to support this bill.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, you had a point of
Yes.
point of personal privilege,
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
I want to make sure, put on the record that as a supporter of this bill, my decision to not vote today had everything to do with my belief that it should have been held in this committee and we needed to put in all the amendments that we discussed here today. Several agencies made several recommendations, as well as us as senators on the floor. And this specific piece of legislation is going to have at least another 8 amendments to it. I am not a member of the Rules Committee, and I would have preferred that it was done here before it moved on to guarantee that these protections that I believe are necessary for the undocumented are actually in this document. But I am a supporter of it. If I'm going to go ahead and get my personal amendments that I'm going to be creating, and hopefully I will give them to one of my colleagues in Rules to get them in and amend the document. And hopefully once it's to the Senate floor, the entire legislature would more than likely be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, and your comments are duly noted. Senator James Sr.
Thank you, and this is specifically to the testifiers and everyone who is looking forward to this bill becoming law. I, Javon James, stand in support of this bill. I'm a son of 2 immigrants, and just make it clear. However, we have a responsibility as the first branch of government, and I know my colleagues are going to make the changes in rules and judiciary, but I'm not a member of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Do I have faith in my colleagues? Yes. But I hope and pray that there is a group session where we can discuss the amendments, and by the time it reaches to Rules and Judiciary, that all governments and agencies and departments who are impacted by this bill do come back to be involved in the discussion regarding the amendments. Otherwise, we'll be setting a bad precedent, and we'll be setting up the government, not the government, the governor of the Virgin Islands to pass a bill that might have errors in it because of fear of getting backlash from individuals in the community. So I want to make sure that in the Rules and Judiciary, we have the invited testifiers, because from there it goes to the full body and then to the governor's desk, and I doubt the governor is going to veto this. But we want to make sure that before it gets to the governor's desk, all governments and departments and agencies who were impacted weigh in on the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, and your comments are well and duly noted. Working session sounds good. Between now and the time that it gets to the Rules Committee, I will encourage the sponsor to do just that so we could ensure that everyone gets their amendments in so that we could better the bill that's before us. Senator DeGraff, the ranking member out of Savannah, you're recognized for your...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To everyone, congratulations to the bill sponsor. He got to move forward. But as everyone knows, I voted no, and I stick to my guns in terms of we had some great discussion at the back before it was a final decision was made. So with those implementations, again, like I said, I'm willing to support it. But as I stand now, I'm going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to be me. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate your comments, Senator DeGraff. Senator Johnson, any comments from you? You good? Senate President? Everyone on that end is good? All right, Senator Carrion, you can close it out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to thank all those who came out and spoke so eloquently this afternoon to provide testimony. Every representative, thank you so much for sharing your story with us and supporting this measure. I want to say gracias, merci, thank you to Senator Giddens for giving this important issue the attention it deserves and bringing it forward within your committee, and for signing on to this measure along with Senator Angel Bolquez, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Blyden, and all the senators that voted today in favor. The recommendations that were presented today, we're taking them. Amendments have been submitted. So when we come to rules, we would have a document that hopefully everyone feels more comfortable with. Every document, like we stated, is a living document, so we're working on it. I know we have a few tweaks to make, but I am confident that we can be done in rules. Like my colleague said, this is not controversial measure. It's something new, and I believe it's necessary. So thank you once again to the testifiers also that represent the various government agencies for the hours that we've met, various meetings, and getting this together. So thank you. It's a win-win for all. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. The democratic process at its best. The measure was discussed. Everyone isn't totally comfortable. We respect everyone's position, but as the chair of this committee, I am confident that my colleagues will be able to address the other concerns and be able to amend this measure, at least in the next 2 steps. In this case, there's 3 bites of the apple. This is the first one. The next one will be in rules. And if others see even more amendments, again, I'm pretty sure that on session day, it will be amended a 3rd time. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your participation here today. The conversation really took longer than we anticipated, but it was a good conversation, and even more conversation needed. So I'm pretty sure that colleagues will be reaching out to some of you in the government agencies. Again, thank you so much, and you are excused, and we will recess for 3 minutes, and then we will bring in our final group of testifiers. Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is on recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, March 15, 2023 is back on record. We just completed 2 blocks. Block 1, we had the Office of Public Defender this morning at 10 a.m., which gave us an overview of their office operations and capital projects and initiatives, followed by Block 2, which started about 1:28 this afternoon, where we discussed Bill number 35-0013, relating to the issuance of operators' license and identification cards to allow applicants to obtain limited local purpose identification cards and operators' license without providing certain federally required documents. The measure was amended with much discussion, and it was forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee, which there will be more discussion and amendments in that committee. Now we're here at Block 3. I want to apologize to the testifiers before us for the delay, but I could have seen from your faces that you enjoyed that conversation taking place before as well, but now you look a little tired, so we'll try not to keep you here too long. But Madam Clerk, can you read Block 3, the agenda item for Block 3 into the record, please? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 3, the committee will receive overview testimony for the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, not limited to updates on the department's operations, capital projects, and initiatives. Testifiers, Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner, VI Police Department, Mr. Anthony Emmanuel, Director, Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, gentlemen. Starting with Mr. Emmanuel, please just identify yourself, title, and agency.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittens, Chairperson of the Homeland Security.
Just identify yourself.
Tony Emmanuel, Executive Director of Gun Violence Prevention.
Thank you, sir.
Damian Lang. Good afternoon, Chair. Sorry. Damian Lang, Officer Gun Violence Prevention, Violence Interrupter for the territory, well, for St. Croix.
Violence Interrupter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bruce Flamon. I'm the Outreach Coordinator for the Office of Gun Violence Prevention for St. Thomas and St. John's.
Thank you. Do you have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, just the 3 of you. Let me get those titles correct again for Mr. Lang. It's
Violence Interrupter.
Violence
Interrupter.
One more time.
Community.
Mr. Flemon.
Bruce Flamon. I'm the Community Engagement Outreach Specialist.
Community Engagement
Outreach Specialist for St. John and St. Thomas.
And of course, Mr. Emmanuel, you're the director. All right, and you'll be taking the lead on the testimony?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed at this time, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Kenneth Gittens and members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the 34th Legislature, guests, and the listening public. My name is Tony Emmanuel. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and I appreciate this opportunity. I'm sorry. I appreciate this opportunity to come before you and share our outreach approach, progress, strategies, and initiatives. Our mission of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention is to help prevent gun violence and increase public safety by utilizing community-based outreach approaches. Our approach is rooted in a public health approach to violence prevention, recognizing that reducing crime is accomplished through collaborative efforts from local and federal government agencies, private businesses, nonprofit organizations, faith-based organizations, and community members. This public health approach to gun violence reduction does not replace, nor is it at odds with law enforcement, other government agencies, private businesses, or other community organizations that engage in outreach activities aimed at reducing violence or providing resources for our community. Its focus is simply prevention by addressing the systemic root causes of gun violence. The following gun violence reduction approach plan is separated into 3 sections: violence prevention, violence intervention, and community engagement. While recommendations are made in each of these 3 categories, the primary focus of this plan is on violence prevention and intervention. Violence prevention refers to the elimination or reduction of the underlying causes and risk factors that lead to violence. Violence prevention efforts are designed to prevent violence from occurring in the first place. Violence intervention efforts, on the other hand, are designed to prevent the reoccurrence of violence or intervene and prevent the imminent act of violence. Both prevention and intervention hinge on deploying services that identify and address age and context-appropriate risk and protective factors. Violence prevention efforts are most targeted towards children and youth, whereas violence intervention efforts tend to be focused on the people who are at the greatest immediate risk of violence, which according to data are typically young adults or middle-aged adults. While violence prevention is a broad field encompassing various types of programs, effective violence intervention is more defined and narrowly focused through community engagement. Violence prevention. Our goal is to implement a comprehensive, coordinated, territory-wide gun violence reduction strategy. This comprehensive strategy that utilizes a data-driven process to identify the individuals or groups at the highest risk of committing or being involved in gun violence and deploying effective interventions with these individuals to include more in-depth and intensive services and wraparound support. GVRS has 4 core components: data-driven identification of those individuals or groups at highest risk of gun violence, direct or respectful communication to those at considerable risk, intensive services, wraparound support, and exposure to opportunities, and focused enforcement, which entails sharing useful intelligence with local and federal law enforcement agencies to help guide increased enforcement on serious crime and violence. Now here it is, and this is important to note that the Office of Gun Violence is not a law enforcement arm or organization. We do not investigate shootings, we don't arrest suspects, we don't confiscate weapons, but so for that 4th component, we rely heavily on our local and federal law enforcement partners for the criminal enforcement piece of the comprehensive strategy. Most gun violence is tightly concentrated in a small number of high-risk young adults that share a common set of risk factors, including involvement in street crews, significant criminal justice history, often prior victimization, and a connection to a recent shooting, usually within the past 12 months. While the vast majority of people involved in shootings as victim or suspects are members of associates of street groups or gangs, the motive for the shooting may not be typical of a traditional gang war. Here in the territory, often shootings are precipitated by a personal conflict, misunderstanding, a simple argument, or relationship issues, which include now the ubiquitous social media slights. It is not a coincidence that the vast majority of gun violence in the territory occurs in neighborhoods with high concentrations of poverty, blight, and individuals identifying according to data as high risk, meaning individuals who have been considered suspects, victims, or persons of interest in violent events. High crime neighborhoods are often those with dilapidated properties, empty lots, potholes, crumbling infrastructure, broken street lights, abandoned vehicles, overgrown bush and trees, and other environmental factors that communicate to residents that the government does not care about them. Because of the creation of the Governor's Advisory Council, government has started to tear down the government silos, and we have begun to work collaboratively with other agencies to tackle our territorial issues. These theories of community engagement are remnant of the broken glass theory, where if a community doesn't allow small things to grow into bigger issues, we would be a lot better off. One instance of that is the recent shooting at Woodson High School. Although it was a very disturbing and traumatic event, I was extremely proud to be standing shoulder to shoulder displaying a unified front with the commissioner, superintendent, and staff from the Department of Education and the police commissioner and his officials of the police department as we attempted to assure parents that this incident will be handled and will take precautions to keep our children safe. Then I was again shown that the collaborative government system works when we worked in partnership with the police department's victims advocate, school counselors, and the Department of Health counselors providing counseling to students and staff of John H. Woodson days after the shooting. This process was invaluable, and it displayed compassion and empathy to those that were directly or indirectly involved. The Office of Gun Violence also hit the streets gathering information and openly sharing any and everything with the police department to assist to bring this case to closure. Another example of community engagement that our office does is handling concerned citizen complaints. Sometimes citizens complain, they call the Office of Gun Violence to report suspicious behavior, possible illegal drug possession and dealing and illegal firearm possession and discharging of shots incidents. Here again, we are not law enforcement, but our office has responded to several of these complaints directly by insisting of advising them. Instead of advising the citizen, that's not our function or not our job. We still go out. I'll give you an example. We responded to a citizen felt that there was some drug dealing right behind her house. And I went there and talked to her. She was like very happy that we came out and looked at the issue. And then after we did that, we go to the police station and have the conversation with the officers, the commander of the police district, to see what we can come up with as a unified group to fix the problem. In addition to those types of instances, we also try to help several individuals find employment, assisted several survivors and victims by connecting with resources to assist them. Since September 2022, our office has either hosted, supported, participated, or sponsored over 30 community events within the territory. To help us get through our gun violence issues, we have partnered with the National Network for Safe Communities, starting working with government officials in the territory as early as 2014. During that time, the government and the National Network for Safe Communities shared information and assessment of the violence at the time that it was completed. The legislation later created a bill that was written into law, creating the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention was created in efforts to curb the incidence of gun violence in the territory by implementing strategies aimed at preventing violence. To assist and continue the work that had been started, the government re-enlisted the services of the consulting team known as the National Network for Safe Communities, NNSC. So they responded to the territory and met with government officials, investigators, and the director of Office of Gun Violence Prevention to complete an up-to-date assessment of our violent incidents. During March of 2022, the NSC staff conducted a problem analysis with the Virgin Islands and law enforcement partners in St. Croix and St. Thomas. Although some of the information gathered in St. Thomas was limited, the findings in the USVI are consistent with cities that the NNSC has worked with to implement gun violence intervention strategies successfully. Groups in St. Thomas are particularly concentrated in specific housing projects across the island. Conflicts in St. Thomas were not driven by group interests, but by personal disputes between individuals. Some groups such as Bavoni and Rounded Field consist of several small sets located within specific areas. Others, such as Paul Pearson Garden, Oswald Harris Court, include both groups located in these locations, but also acted as gathering points for other groups. Areas such as Content include both groups, such as Content Knolls, an unknown number of group of Hispanic immigrants also involved in violence. Drug selling and trafficking is an important activity of groups in St. Thomas and St. John. Given the proximity to neighboring jurisdictions such as Coral Bay and Smith Bay have a significant amount of drug activity and trafficking. Groups in St. Croix consist of a mix of older and younger sets within larger groupings tied to specific geographical locations and housing projects. Groups have varying degrees of alliances based on their location, either in Frederickstead or Christiansted. However, these alliances are only operational when called upon. Law enforcement partners explain that the young individuals within these groups are more likely to be engaged in violence than the older individuals. Rivalries are primarily driven by problems between individuals rather than disputes for the group's direct benefit. This led to the internal group split, such as that of Profit. 9 of the 16 groups in St. Croix are said to include teenage group members. These approaches cannot be successful without the collaborative effort of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention Advisory Council. The Advisory Council consists of the collection of local and federal law enforcement and government agencies, local businesses, nonprofit organizations, faith-based groups that provide support and resources for this outreach approach. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention team consists of 3 main positions on each island: the Survivor Engagement Specialist, the Violence Interrupter, and the Community Engagement Coordinator Specialist. Currently, we have a Community Engagement Coordinator in St. Thomas and St. John District and a Violence Interrupter in St. Croix. The governor's strong support to the office and having created the Advisory Council brings government agencies to the table in an effort to break down our silos and collaboratively, effectively work on issues that plague our community. The energy of the Advisory Council is that of hope and cooperation. That makes me very excited about the possibilities for successful outreach initiatives and strategies. Currently, we are receiving very positive feedback from the community we are serving. People have been contacting the office, offering suggestions and thanking us for doing what we do. Other organizations are requesting our participation and support in events and programs that are geared for anti-violence. With the support of our Advisory Council partners, our community, and you, the legislature, our opportunities are boundless. The possibility of changing mindsets and teaching young and older people how to communicate with each other effectively and manage disputes without violence is an incredible opportunity. To give our young people hope and change their way of thinking that their lives are less than valuable and that they have a shorter life expectancy than everybody else, we have the opportunity to make them feel loved and valued. Programs like The Greatest Show on Earth, Daddy's Day Out, the Youth Talent Showcase, give them praise and feeling of self-worth, while at the same time occupying their time and energy, distracting them from getting involved in criminal activity or destructive behaviors. Working with other local and federal government agencies gives the opportunity for us to access resources and support mechanisms for our residents, as well as outreach and law enforcement support for safer communities. Through education and training programs, we have opportunities to make our residents employable, teach them sustainable life skills that can improve their own quality of life and marketability. This also includes connecting those citizens that feel disenfranchised or desperate for help or support with appropriate resources. Over the past several months since the school year began, we have talked to over 2,000 students in large and small groups from just about every high school in the territory, some of the middle schools, and now we're reaching out to elementary schools as well. Addressing the older population, we have the opportunity to reduce tensions between warring groups and prevent needless violence and bloodshed. We want to create a community poised for mutual respect and caring for one another. Our Violence Interrupter has been able to quell several disputes within our communities and has literally saved lives. This was the first Christmas festival in over a decade where we didn't have a serious gun violence incident. Unfortunately, sometimes, despite all efforts of preventing violence, someone comes out of nowhere and violates the law or initiates community violence. It's almost guaranteeing one violent encounter will spark some retaliation. We just pray we catch it before other people react poorly. I'm going to start to give you an idea of some of the initiatives and programs that we've been doing. The Community Resource List is an ongoing program where we create and keep and update a list of programs that are available in the territory. What I've found since I took this office is that we've discovered that there are an incredible amount of people out there doing amazing things on their own. Some people that out of their own pocket. Matter of fact, there's a Sister Aisha in St. Croix who's sponsoring a victims march and vigil next month. And so we're going to be participating with her and helping her organize this thing. But she's been doing it by herself since her son got killed. So she contacted me and said, hey, can you help me? And so I was like, absolutely. So but we know that there's more people that are doing it. There's government agencies that are doing programs that are available. And what's happening is that a lot of people just don't know that these things are available. So the resource list is important. It's ongoing and growing. It's a living document. And I have to give props to the St. Croix Foundation because they have a huge resource list, and it assisted us with this project. The Create Hope Project is where a program and outreach effort in partnership with the Department of Education, where we speak to young people and believe that we speak to young people that believe that they won't live past the age of 25. We have staff of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention with assistance from faith-based groups. and others in the community members to go into the schools, give presentations on transformative life experiences. We talk about choices, decisions, and consequences. Back to basics, citizenship in a leadership class. This is ongoing. I go into the high schools and junior high schools and teach what I call a leadership class. But it's actually a class where we talk about self-esteem, conflict resolution, anti-bullying, and peer pressure. Save someone you love. This is in a planning stage. This is when someone is when someone is seriously injured. Primarily, we would always rely on our very capable emergency medical services to respond, stabilize, and transport victims of trauma. This is the best course of action. But what we're finding, realistically, what happens is somebody gets shot and their buddy throws them in the back of the truck and they drive to the hospital. Unfortunately, what's happening is, and that we looked at the data from most of it, and last year, 8 people were transported in personal vehicles. And actually last 2 weekends ago, we had 6 people shot in St. Croix. They were all taken to the hospital in personal vehicles. The problem is that they're transported without proper triage or trauma care. So the Someone You Love, Save Someone You Love program is where I want to go into the neighborhoods and teach combat trauma care and provide kits in different locations throughout the territory, so that if somebody has a traumatic injury, we can stabilize them until the ambulance gets there, or stabilize them and take them to the hospital. Because what's happening, they either die on the way, die on the apron, or they die on the operating table because they lost too much blood. If we're able to keep the blood in their system, we have a chance of saving their lives.
I'm gonna ask you to try to stick to the testimony as well, and just in the essence of time.
And I'm okay. Get them working. Many residents feel desperate and disenfranchised because of lack of employment or ability to afford simple necessities. The outreach program, in partnership with Human Services, Corrections, Reentry Organizations, the University of the Virgin Islands, and Department of Labor and Department of Personnel, is centered on assisting individuals in obtaining gainful employment through the workforce or entrepreneurship. Wellness in the VI, oftentimes residents are not connected with appropriate services that can assist them. The outreach program, which is created by Housing Authority, is done in partnership with our office, the Justice Department, the Virgin Islands Police Department, Human Services, the Health Department, and LEPC. The Office of Gun Violence participates in the wellness group that sponsors wellness days in the different housing communities. At these events, government agencies, nonprofit, faith-based groups, and other community members are invited to share a day where activities are scheduled, encouraging residents to interact with organizations and agencies that may provide needed resources to assist them. We have done several of these over the past several months. Bags Across America. One of my favorite programs is for domestic violence. We assist the Women's Coalition of St. Croix with local sororities and fraternities, where the program encourages the donation of gently used purses or handbags and comfort items to be donated to the Women's Coalition. The last time we did this event, we collected over 200 bags and gave them to the Women's Coalition. And when a woman is in the shelter, she's given that bag, and it makes her feel good. You know, it's some creature comfort things that make the young lady feel better in a really tough situation. The National Night Out in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John is a national program designed to engage the community by hosting an event that highlights organizations and businesses that provide service to the community. The Office of Gun Violence works with this project in partnership with Law Enforcement Planning Commission, local law enforcement agencies, and local fraternities. We participated in this event in September on each island. At this event was a peace march followed by a short program, motivational speakers, music, and free food and drinks for participants. Walk and Talks is an ongoing outreach effort done in partnership with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Virgin Islands Police Department, Health Department, and Human Services, where the Office of Gun Violence Prevention staff, police officers, Health Department, and Human Service representatives take some time and walk and talk to residents in various areas to make an effort to engage community members through conversations. Our violence interrupter and survivor specialists, along with selected individuals, support organization Walk the Turfs and housing communities to create dialogue in hopes of identifying systemic issues and problems within that community, as well as diffusing issues and brokering truces. The Greatest Show on Earth. The Greatest Show on Earth is sponsored by the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and working in partnership with the Antilles School, WICO, Property and Procurement, the St. Thomas Taxi Association, private businesses, and nonprofit organizations. This event is created and organized by the Community Engagement Coordinator. The Greatest Show on Earth fosters an opportunity for organizations to highlight their programs and their services, and there is a fee to attend the event, and those proceeds used to donate to that nonprofit organization that participated in the event. Many of these organizations are struggling to be able to continue to provide services, so this helps them raise funds. Daddy's Day Out, which is my Violent Interrupters program. Daddy's Day Out is an outreach event sponsored in partnership with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Fathers in the Community, the Department of Agriculture, Parks and Recreation, Office of the Governor, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and private businesses. This event is scheduled quarterly and is created and organized by the Violence Interrupter of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. The goal is to provide a safe, alcohol-free, and violent-free environment for one full day. In this safe place at the Agriculture Fairgrounds, families can bring their children for a day of food and activities that bring the community together. Although the focus is on fathers, mothers are also very much welcomed. The organizers provide free food, drinks, and prizes for participation in events throughout the day. The Group Violence Intervention University, which we just completed recently, the Group Violence Intervention University held in November was sponsored by the Office of Gun Violence Prevention in partnership with University of the Virgin Islands, UVI Cell, the National Network for Safer Communities, and the Office of the Governor. The Gun Violence University was a summit and training opportunity for senior government agency leadership and those individuals designated to be intricately involved in the delivery of the NNSC Group Violence Intervention model. The GVI was hosted on both islands for 2 days and held at the University of the Virgin Islands, and we had about 40 participants on each island. Community outreach, prevention, training. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention goes out in the community and offers training, presentations to armed community members with ways to reduce conflict and best practice for dealing with violent encounters, as well as general personal safety tips. Myself and my staff and other professionals in the field offer classes and presentations at workplace violence prevention, conflict resolution, customer service, and active shooter response. Virgin Islands Star Search and Youth Talent Shows. November, we have one coming up this weekend, Saturday. We have one that's going to be Star Search Talent Competition, provide an activity that brought people together to promote support and acknowledge the amazing talent we have on our island. It also provides an opportunity for the winner to move on to a national talent competition venue. The Star Search Talent Competition is a collaborative effort for the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Department of Education, private business, and nonprofit organizations. Radio show and public service announcements ongoing, and actually we'll be starting our own radio show in March to help publicly promote and inform residents of the mission, outreach programs, and activities of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. We will be providing a platform to communicate and share information with listeners, as well as create an opportunity for young people to share their views on our own radio show called Level Up on Radio 1 AM 100 in an effort, 1000, in an effort to present the community information of activities, entrepreneurship, government agency updates, and other partners in the community to share information. The show will be broadcast territory-wide and utilizing live streaming on all social media platforms. The program will cover a range of topics that promote positive ideas for self-improvement, territory safety, anti-violence. Our first show will broadcast March 15th, which is this Saturday at 12 noon. Other activities that we've been involved in, survivors, walks and vigils with other nonprofit organizations, survivors supporting meeting with the Women's Coalition, domestic violence symposiums, put down the gun, walk and rally with VIPD, health and nonprofit organizations, safety presentations with the Rotary Clubs, Delta Sigma Theta sorority, the Christmas Children's Parade, car show, sound system competition, the Martin Luther King March, teen dating focus groups, human trafficking awareness programs, UVI on the Green Community Day, which is also this weekend, coming up Sunday, Project Safe Neighborhoods, reentry programs, and in April, we will have, during the carnival, we will have a day where the youth entrepreneurs actually open up the carnival during the daytime, and they'll be running the carnival. Children will be running it during the day. It's going to be like an entrepreneurship day for young people. In summary, the most essential work to address the root cause of crime and violence should focus on eliminating poverty, improving the quality of and access to education, well-paying jobs, and improving basic quality of life issues. That essential long-term work can and should be bolstered by efforts to demonstrate reinvestment in neighborhoods through greening and cleaning, which research has shown is correlated with reductions in gun violence. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is working to be a part of the change that can create safer communities within the territory and restore hope and peace. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to share the Governor's Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Thank you, Director Emmanuel. We will open up the floor to colleagues for 6 minutes, and we'll start with Senator Franklin Johnson on St. Croix, followed by the Senator at Large, Bolkes Jr. At this time, Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day. Good evening to the people of the territory. Good evening to my colleagues. And good evening to the testifier. As I was going through your very long and in-depth testimony, there are only 3 main positions. How do you cover the needs of the community with that number of staff? Do they work with volunteers? How many volunteers do you have?
Well, we're looking for more positions to be filled. We have people in the process right now, and I've been doing interviews. When we do events, we're doing them in collaboration with other organizations. So it's not just us out there. We do have other people and other organizations that are involved. And we do have volunteers. Actually, when Mr. Lang goes out to the schools to teach, sometimes he has other people with him. But and when Bruce Flamone goes and does his events, there's other people that are involved. He has other non-profit organizations that are involved as well. So there is a collection of volunteers. I can't give you an exact number because each event is different. I mean, actually, you've been to Daddy's Day Out, and you've seen all those people there and volunteering and helping out as well.
I want to ask you this question. Are you using a national network for safe community model as your guide for the GVR?
Yes, it is our model, and that is more towards the homicide, handling the homicide part. So the GVI model deals with shooting reviews, looking into investigations, working with law enforcement more closely. That's that part of it. The other stuff, the outreach stuff all the initiatives that I just laid out to you, that's another side of what we're doing. We've realized that it's not just dealing with homicide that is going to solve this problem. We have to get into our communities. We have to engage our young people. We have to have conversations with them. So we're doing both simultaneously. We're doing the GVI with the help of the NNSC, and we're doing all our outreach stuff that I just explained to you.
So now, with the gun violence strategy, it requires a partnership with a wraparound service. How many agency makes up your wraparound service, and who are they?
It depends on the need, but our advisory council includes the National Guard, VIPD, LEPC, personnel, Department of Personnel, Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, Parks and Recreation, Labor, hospitals, private organizations, private businesses, and faith-based groups, the clergy.
All right, well, for your strategy to work, it's going to take some money. Besides the money that the legislature give, do you have any grants that you have applied for, and have you received any grant? And if you did, which organization you got the grant from, and approximately how much you have received in grant thus far, if you did?
We have an ARPA grant that's helping us pay for the consulting fees with the NNSC, and that was for approximately $500,000.
All right, that's good. Good to hear that you're getting some grants, because you're gonna need as much funding as possible if you're going to be successful in what you're doing. And I heard you say that you're trying to hire some more staff. the budget that was approved for you, was that sufficient? And would that cover the additive staff that you're looking to get?
2 minutes.
We probably need to increase our budget because I think what's happening is a lot of my hard hurdle is recruiting good, talented workers and maintaining, retaining my good workers. If somebody comes up and offers either of these guys more money, they might leave, So I have to, we certainly need to increase that budget to attract the appropriate candidate.
Now, you said that you interviewed some folks already. What is the delay or the hold up in you getting these folks on board?
Well, I'm very particular about who I hire. I just don't want to fill a seat with a body. I have to say, currently right now, the 2 employees I have are doing yeoman's work, and they're excellent. It's like if I have to create this surgical team, I want the best surgeons on it. So I'm very particular of who I want to hire, and I'm making sure that we get the best talent that's available to us.
What is your most pressing issue that you need to prioritize at this moment regarding gun violence?
Probably the most pressing thing is communicating with the different turfs and keeping our peace. We had, unfortunately, St. Thomas kind of led our year with 8 homicides, and so that's not pretty. So, but we're trying to make sure that we have an ability to go into these communities and quell that violence by seeing what is going on, how we can deal with it.
Time.
The other issue that we have is the schools. There, we started the school year out, there were like fights in the schools almost every day, and then, especially in St. Croix at Central, and so my violence interrupter went into the high schools, and we quelled that. And now we don't have as many fights as we used to in the beginning of the year. Maybe it's just growing pains, but we're doing good work.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I see Mr. Daniel Lang. He looked like he tired. You need some help from Mr. Lang.
Yeah, he's a soldier, man. He's good to go.
I know that. Thank you guys for what you do. I too was a big supporter of Daddy's Day Out. Anytime Mr. Lang ready to do his program, I put my money where my mouth is, and I donate and support it. It's a very good program, and I remember Mr. Lang saying he's going to try to take it to St. Thomas, so I hope that you guys could get an initiative going also on the other islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Senator Johnson. I want to congratulate you, Mr. Emmanuel, and the whole crew. I know that you are extremely busy doing a lot of stuff in the community, trying to continue your mission to reduce gun violence. I think just recently I was involved with you with the Dr. Martin Luther King March in the Emancipation Garden, and also when you had the car show and the performance in the parking lot just the other day. I was looking at your presentation here, and it seems, and I quote, you said most gun violence is tightly concentrated on a small number of very high-risk young individuals. And I noticed you particularly mentioned prior victimization and in being involved in a shooting within the past 12 months. So that means that a lot of the victims have been they've been involved. So we kind of know what is going on, right?
Yes. What I mean by that is that typically the people, when we looked at the entire population, right, most of the people in our population aren't doing crime. When we look at the crime, and the data shows that that most of the crimes and the homicides are caused by a small number of people, and they're repeat performers. They're frequent flyers. They've been involved in the criminal justice system over and over again. And so those folks are the ones that tend to continue to be involved in criminal behavior and put themselves at risk because that's their life. They're if they're involved in illegal activity, it's going to be a risky position for them. So they wind up getting involved in shootouts, getting shot, getting stabbed because of their lifestyle and their choices.
Yes. Thank you for that. Senator Bolkis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to the testifiers. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention, instituted by Act 8423, with a mission to foster community-based strategies and help prevent violence and increase public safety. I looked at some numbers, and Puerto Rico and the USVI's gun death rates outpaced all 50 states in 2020, largely fueled by gun trafficking and the use of illegal firearms. Coincidentally, in 2020, the USVI was second leading in the importation of firearms recovered by law enforcement among all states and territories. And, I think data is a huge part of your job. To determine the rate and number of gun deaths, it's important that we collect data. And I think that there's different types of data. And of course, you would be able to clarify because you are the subject matter expert. But I'm thinking firearm suicide, community-based gun violence, domestic partner gun violence, shootings, mass shootings, unintentional shootings. I mean, the list can go on, right? But how and where are you collecting your data to target at-risk students or communities?
Well, we get data from education. We get data from the police department. We get data from the hospital, and we are collecting our own data. Every time we go out and we talk to kids, we identify when Mr. Lang goes into the schools with the help of the Board of Ed and counselors, we identify which kids in that school are at risk. And then we track them. We track what they're doing. And we've had some kids that we've talked to in our class that have wound up in violent incidents. So we are, as our office starts to grow, because I'm the first guy, right? There's nobody that set the template up for me.
Right.
So I'm building this thing from the ground up. So we are starting to track data ourselves as well as collecting data from other organizations.
Very good. I didn't hear Human Services. Do you have a relationship with them in order to help target or obtain data for families in need?
Yeah, Human Services is on our advisory council.
Very
so,
good.
So
Okay.
yes, we work very closely with Human Services. We work very closely with the health department. They're on our advisory council as well.
What about nonprofit organizations?
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
Deal?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Nonprofit, clergy.
Very good, very good. So how can we improve more effectively to interrupt gun violence? How are we doing that? How are we interrupting by having events, school visits? What are you running any programs that specifically speak to that?
Yeah, the whole list of initiatives and strategies that I talked about, those are all different programs, and some of them include going into the schools. We're in the schools a lot because
2 minutes.
That's a squeaky wheel, So we feel that. So if we change their attitudes and we communicate with them, we have the courageous conversations. We try to change their decision-making process, their lack of fear of consequences. When we go in to talk to them, we try to change their mindset, and it takes time. It takes time. It's just not going to turn on a dime.
Agreed. So in communities where gun violence is a commonplace, what traumatizing psychological impacts do individuals and families collectively face, with the gunshots late at night, trying to sleep, you wake up, the baby's crying. I mean, how do we try to curtail that type of activity? And that's more of a light nighttime, 3 a.m. type of activity that takes place. And I know people right now that I speak to that have to go through that several times a week, trying to get rest, and there's gunshots at 3 a.m. So how do we deal with that exactly? I know that there's a shot spotters system, but that is another issue as well, and I think maybe that falls into the purview of VIPD supposedly.
Well, yeah, shot spotters belong to the police department, but to get to your point, what happens is And what we're seeing on the ground is that unfortunately our young people have become desensitized to violence. You know, this shooting at Woodson, I mean, we talk to kids and some of them are like, no, it don't matter. Even though we know it was a BB gun, but while some kids were traumatized, others were like, oh, so what, you know? So we know that there is different levels of how people handle this. The shots at night, I mean, some people are just totally frightened while others are like, oh, as long as it didn't come through my window, I'm good.
Okay.
Time.
So has Mr. Chair, may I please have one wrap-up question?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has the Office of Gun Prevention thought about creating or working with young people to have them act as advocates in communities, like maybe forming a coalition of some sort of different youths from different communities to help with, you know, assisting you with what you're trying to do for them?
Yeah, we've identified young people when Mr. Lang goes to the high schools and talk, usually after the talk, kids come up to him and they volunteer and they say, we can help you out. So we're using them as other youth mentors to try to change people's mindsets.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
And I think
Thank you for
Damien
those
wanted to
answers.
say something. I want to let him finish.
Thank you, Mr. Bolkers Jr. You may respond, Mr. Lang.
Thank you, Chair. To the question asked, Mr. Bolkers, as far as like the individuals in the community, so what I did was, on behalf of my boss allowing me to do it, I went directly into the communities. And believe it or not, most of the men in the communities, whether they live on this side of the fence or that side of the fence, they don't agree with the shooting at night. People don't actually like that. So what they did was men decided, watch out, hold it down. You know, and when certain people speak, it's stronger than VIPD. They listen. And we have had good results, but then you still have young men that they're gonna be young men. You know, some of them we can't get to, but the ones that we do get to, it works.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. We'll move on to Senator DeGraff, followed by Senator Francis Jr. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your... Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go to Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry.
Yes, thank
Senator
you.
Fonseca.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, the public defender was here before us earlier today. And I know that, you know, every time a trigger is pulled, it costs the Virgin Islands, you know, resources. You know, the ambulance have to come to the scene. You know, they transport it to the hospital, depend on the injury, it may need emergency surgery. You know, there may be an intensive care. You know, then the police investigation, Department of Justice, if someone is arrested, you know, the public defender. You know, the public defender, for just this year, right, there's 101 new cases. But he told us today that it's about $20,000 per case for the public defender. So I want to just put this into numbers so that the public can understand the amount of resources and the actual costs and the amount of people that's involved. So I don't know if you would have a number because it's off the top of your head, but Mr. Emmanuel, more or less, what does it cost the Virgin Islands per each case?
It varies. It's like, imagine taking a big boulder and throwing it into a small lake, and those ripples are what happens. So the average ambulance ride is about anywhere from $1,500 to $1,800. The average stay in the hospital is about $3,000 a day. An emergency room visit is about $2,000, and that's if you're in and out. But if you need to be taken into a trauma surgeon, that's another $15,000 for emergency if they got to crack your chest. All right, and then if you live past that, then you have therapy and rehab, which could go for months. God forbid you're in a wheelchair or crippled, then that's a whole different cost of experiences. Then if you're die, then there's, the $8,000 to $10,000 funeral that you got to deal with, depending on how much they love you. So it depends. Those numbers we could just go on and on, because then maybe the guy worked for somebody, or maybe it was his business and he got killed. Then that business shuts down. Then we lose all that income and that money. So it's just
and the courts involved.
It is an ongoing octopus of problems when we have somebody get shot, and you have two different sides of it. You lose the victim, right?
Yes.
And then that family has to deal with losing their loved ones. And then you have the family of the perpetrator that either goes to jail, or the family has to dealing with the citizens knowing that their son or daughter is a perpetrator of this crime. And then the expenses, the legal expenses that come with that. So we could go round and round and round with this.
Yeah, and I have to congratulate you, because I know Mr. Lang works hard, very competent, and also Bruce Flamong. It's a great staff. I wanted to go to your presentation with the Save Someone You Love.
2 minutes.
I wanted to emphasize this, because it happens. Someone is shot, and people take the victim and they put them in the car. So what's the message that you want to give to the public when something like that happens? Someone gets shot and they're bleeding.
Well, here's what happens, and somebody gets shot, and there's a collection of folks that break their phone out and start taking pictures. All right, so that doesn't help at all. So you put Ricky in the back seat, and you're saying, "Hey, hold on, buddy, we're gonna get there," and you're driving 50 miles an hour down the road. And we had one last year. I think last year the car crashed. Guy put the guy in the back of the car, tried to go to the hospital, crashed on the way. But they put the guy in the back seat and they're not doing anything. And it's as simple as me applying direct pressure on a wound, trying to keep the body in. That's something we can teach anybody. They make little gel packs that you can put inside the wound to stop the bleeding. If those 8 people most of those people that got transported to the hospital and died, some of them might have lived if somebody had just done direct pressure instead of throwing them in the backseat saying, "Hold on, we're gonna make it." You ain't make it. So that's what I'm saying. If we learn to take some initiatives and do the initial care. I mean, it's just like I was a cop for 25 years, and I've been in law enforcement for 40. And the whole thing, trauma kits for police, combat wounds. I was a Marine before that. So, combat trauma. If we teach our citizens how to do combat, and it's not just for shooting. What if your Uncle Wilbur is painting his house and falls off and breaks his femur bone? It'd be great if your neighbor knew how to handle that. So he doesn't bleed out inside. Simple things. We could save a lot of people from a lot of stuff like that.
Mr. Chair, can I just be allowed to wrap up?
You may wrap up.
Yes, the trauma kits. Do you get donations from the community? For example, these kits, I noticed you want to have them staged in strategic locations. Do you have funding? I really support that idea. Do you have funding to have these kits?
Well, I'm hoping to get some grant money for it, or and whatever the legislature can help me out with, that'd be great. So yeah, we're looking at. That's why it's in progress and planning, because I'm trying to find out how I can get that. I have to bring the trainers in to train the trainers, because I want our EMS people or our local people to go out and train in the community. I mean, we don't want to see somebody from the States come train our people how to save our own lives.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fonseca, and Director, in the future, in your haste to ask for more funding, allow the Senator to finish, and then you can anxiously request what you're asking for.
I want more money.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. I'm glad you mentioned about the CLS, because when I was deployed to Iraq, I had that CLS training called Combat Lifesaver. where you keep those gel packs for stopping blood. You have a tourniquet. We even had IV bags, but we could give IVs and help until. So that rings good to my ear. I'm happy to hear that. Regardless of what, you're going to be measured by the amount of murders they have in the territory. What is the Office of Gun Violence doing as if you could prevent these murders? But that's going to probably be a measuring stick. But in your testimony, there's one thing you said, and I don't like it, and I'll tell you why. My staff and I are about the work, not the credit for when something goes well. What we have not been doing well is public promotion, meaning we are not very good at tooting our own horn, and consequently, many people still aren't aware of what exactly our office does or what we are responsible for or what we have been doing. In your whole testimony, that's the only problem I have with it. Because, like you just said, your background, you have 25 years of police, I had 26. I had 23 years in the military. You got two beasts with you. And I mean it with utmost respect. Daddy's night out, the gentleman had before he become a part of this. The greatest show on earth, Bruce Fremont doing things in this. So you have individuals who come highly recommended. I was watching the NCAA basketball games the other night, and I saw Mr. Lang. I put the games aside to finish here what you're saying because he captivated me. I end up on the other side of the interim. As a police, you engage a lot of these young men. You change their lives, how you deal with them. You get them to respect versus making that arrest. You take a gun and say, hey, I'm going to turn this gun in, but I ain't going to give you an arrest. I'm going to give you a chance. The difference is you make. So to not toot your own horn and not talk about the great things that you're doing, I don't like that. Do it. Do it, push it, because, hey, you guys doing the work. Do you have a collaboration with the Police Athletic League, PAL?
Yes.
Okay, great. Some other good programs I know they had was the Law on You. Mr. Roy Chesterfield had that when I was a VIPD. Again, that's a great program. The Man Up program through Department of Education, they had that program with University of Virgin Islands.
Which
They cut
is
it
the
out.
last weekend.
Those are things to follow up on. Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that because really and truly what you're doing becomes invaluable because people are dying. Now I was able to pass legislation regarding gun parts coming into the territory. That's how a lot of guns are coming in also. I'd like you to follow up with VIPD and that, and if you have to do a campaign regarding that because it's another viable source of where firearms are coming in. Regardless of what you do, you will be measured by the amount of people getting killed. They ain't talking about how much people you save. Oh, we just had 8 murders or so. What are Office of Gun Violence doing?
Right.
It's not fair, but it's how people look at the Office of Gun Violence and how it's measured. And I think, again, as a former police military, if I could be of any service to you, call me.
All right.
Again, is to help out because for me, I have a concept. I try to save everybody. That way, if you save 1 or 2, you have done something. Some people try to save 1 or 2. Then if you don't save them, you lose. But I try to save everybody. So again, thank you for what you're doing. Keep doing it. It's not an easy job, but it is going to take that sticking with it until the murders stop, because that's what people are going to look at, and we need help. But as a community effort is what it takes. So don't ever think you have to do it by yourself.
Yeah.
That's why I volunteer to assist if any way I can, because that's what the entire community should be doing. Not just nonprofit, not we're going to provide money for you and think, I could give you $1 trillion. It means nothing if you don't get a help, if we don't get across to the young men and the young women. And finally, before I go, is have you given any classes or been a part of any classes of young entrepreneurs, business ownership, home owners? We have the VI Slice program. Get these young men, young women involved in, hey, how they could own a piece of the rock, own something here. And teaching CPR classes. Because in addition to the LS superhero saved their life. Regular, hey, you know, I'm eating and I'm choking. How do I help save a life? Those are things that may instill some pride. And, you know, and when you talk about the broken window theory,
Time.
It's a fact. I'm doing a cleanup in my neighborhood, Savannah, next week. And again, trying to get out some of them abandoned cars and address some of these things. So, again, keep doing what you're doing. I stand in full support. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis Jr., Senator President, you're recognized for your 6 minutes, followed by Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon, of course, to the testifiers, Mr. Emmanuel, Mr. Damian Lang, and Mr. Flemon Lewis. Bruce Flemon.
Yes, Bruce Flemon.
Bruce Flemon. Keep the enthusiasm up. I certainly love the passion, and that's what we need in this community, men that cares for this community, because, you know, a young man with a bright future will rarely take a dark path. I like the fact that you're going into our schools and you're making an impact in our schools, because, of course, dismantling the school to prison pipeline is critical in us being able to make some inroads in what we're seeing here happening in our community. I wanted to ask you, what's the frequency of meetings occurring with the advisory council? How frequent do they meet?
Quarterly.
Quarterly?
Yeah, quarterly. We also, and then sometimes I meet with VIPD only to do shooting reviews. So that's it's like a different group. Not everybody can be involved in that because it's sensitive information. So yeah, we have quarterly typically, and then I meet separately with VIPD on the shooting reviews.
Can you take a minute to just speak to how, in terms of violence interrupters and your action there, when a crime is committed, especially with a firearm, tell me what happens next for your unit?
When we're notified, we respond to the scene. We try to talk to victims, the survivors. We don't interfere with the investigation. I try to stay out of their way. And then my violence interrupter will go into the turf where the crime occurred and get information. Try to find out what's going on and see if there's an opportunity for retaliation. And then Mr. Lang will, if he suspects a particular person may be the one that's going to retaliate, he actually contacts that person and tries to make sure and dissuade them from retaliating.
So when the crime happened in a particular area, you already have a sense of, because of your work within the various communities, be it from Mr. Flemon or Mr. Lang, you already have a sense of who possibly may be involved in that particular situation. So will that give you a jump start in terms of who you'll talk to and how you'll engage?
Go ahead. Want to
Yes, Senate President, yes. That's how we don't actually look at the fact that, you know, in every neighborhood, we have to understand out of 1,000 people, there's only maybe 3 people that's actually committing these crimes. So when we look at it like that and we hear, okay, this happened over here, we know we could target these individuals in Sion Farm, or I could talk to these guys, or I could talk to these guys in Castle to see how can we fix this problem. And if it's going to be a situation that's going to be ongoing, or, okay, well, just because of this girl, and we nip it in the butt and it's done right there. Some situations we could find out more information about, some we can't.
And some of the information I've received is that, again, because of this involvement, it seems that the VIPD is more prone to have some solvability in the cases because, in fact, individuals in these respective communities, based on their work with the Office of Gun Violence, is that they're willing to turn over. They're willing to speak to you all in regards to who may have been involved in these situations, because they too are very concerned with what's happening in their community and they're trying to quell the situation. Is that a fact?
Yes, Senate President.
And when we, like, for instance, the other day I got a call from a lady who was complaining about, you know, drug dealing in the backyard. And she said she couldn't talk to the police, you know, so she called my office. So we go, all of the three of us went in and talked to the woman, and she pointed out, I can't go over there to the turf, but I can show you where it is. And we went and we looked at the house and we tried to figure out what we're going to do. And also, Senator, when we get information, as soon as we get what we consider credible information, we share that with VIPD, because we want to make sure that we're sharing this information in real time to make sure that they're as informed as we are.
So are you in touch with the VIPD's intelligence unit? Are you having contact and collaboration with them?
The intelligence unit, not directly, but with the homicide investigators, yes.
Okay. What about this situation where we find ourselves that we have individuals in our community that seems to want to carry a gun for self-preservation? How do you address that particular situation? I mean, they're walking around with fear, and even though when they're apprehended, we have seen where the same individuals a second or third time seems to be caught with a possession of a firearm. How do you interact with that person, again, to discourage them in regards to they feel the need for self-preservation and carrying a gun?
It's hard to change that mindset because they feel they have to have that weapon to protect themselves, especially those involved in illegal activity, those that are dealing drugs. They feel they have to have a weapon with them to protect themselves from being robbed. So it's very hard to keep them to say, okay, hey, put down your gun, give up your gun. They're like, no, I'm not going to give up my gun. So that's a hard nut to crack. Now, what we try to do is when we talk to our younger people, our kids in middle school, we try to tell them that the consequences of carrying a gun are incredibly severe and long-lasting, and that you really can't win. And truth be told, and I tell people all the time, some people call me sometimes and say, should I get a concealed carry license? Time. And I go, you know what? If you are carrying a weapon, somebody's going to jump you and take the weapon from you. You're not going to, unless you deal with handling a handgun on a regular basis and have trained like police or military, you're just going to be another victim.
Very well, Mr. Chair, I heard my time call.
You may go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, if I may just wrap up with two other quick points.
Sure.
What is your collaboration with the federal law enforcement agencies? Is there any collaboration whatsoever with them?
The federal organizations are in the advisory council as well. We have the FBI, ATF, and we work with a group called Project Safe Neighborhoods, where we collaborate and do programs and events throughout the territory.
Very well. Again, I want to thank you for all that you're doing from the Office of Gun Violence. It's not a perfect unit, but certainly you're making some inroads and you're making some progress there. I think I want to leave with the message that each and every one of us in this community have to be a mentor. We have to be able to take somebody under our wing and again, be able to turn the tides of what we're seeing here. A young man with a bright future would rarely take a dark path, and we have a responsibility to this community to at least try to assist one individual. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the Office of Gun Violence.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of inquiry, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, along the same lines of you going into the turfs and stuff, what degree of safety do you take for yourselves, and how do you address that? And could you provide that information to us through the chair?
So as we are, Senator, I don't own a firearm. I'm not allowed to be around a firearm. But what I do is I go with the fact that I use my credibility in the streets that I had when I was there. I lived on that side of the fence. I don't have no protection. I go with the fact that God there with me. And through that, and through so many men seeing me make a change in my life, that it just to make them fall in love with me. Like for real, like they actually like me. Even men that didn't like me before, just because they see the change in me, it's like a light. And they're attracted to it. So I able to go in any turf. Like the other day, yesterday I was telling him I'm going to Bavonia and a couple other places to talk to people, but it's to talk to try to get some kind of peace. Okay?
So, Director, look out for your people still, though.
Oh, yeah.
We are police, so we understand. But thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis Halliday, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening to the testifiers, to the people of the territory, to my colleagues once again. My first set of questions are based on what data have you collected or researched from interaction with the public and getting feedback as to why they believe, or you have gathered, why gun violence is such an issue here in this territory?
It's mostly personal. The data we've collected, the experiences that we gathered, if you look at the amount of cases that we've had, they are targeted events. Is there somebody, said something like last week in St. Croix, we had, a guy came out of a club with his girlfriend and somebody said something to her and they started shooting at each other. They spraying and praying, and then 6 people wound up in the hospital over, my man and his girl. So it's that kind of stuff that we got going on, and so when we talk to our young people or even our older people, when we are in turfs talking to folks, like, why does that send you off? Why does that trigger you so quickly that you react so poorly? So we try to get them to think about their consequences. Look, you're gonna shoot this guy because he used to go out with your girl, or he said she's cute, or maybe she says she's not cute, but that's not a reason to kill a dude.
I happen to agree with you. When it comes to gun violence, for me, I live in a round the field area. And that area is like a Christmas light of gunshots on a regular basis. And when I say regular, every other night. It's to the point I come home, they're shooting off. In the middle of the night, they're shooting off. If we are aware that this is a well-known area where guns are shooting off consistently, what are you doing with partnering with the police department to really get into that area as it relates to prevention of violence, to either get your hands on these guns or talk to the individuals that are shooting off these guns?
Actually, Mr. Lang goes in those neighborhoods and tell the folks, hey, stop shooting your gun up in the air.
Well, that ain't working.
Because that's what a lot of times sometimes they're not shooting at each other, they're just shooting up in the air, or they're shooting into the ground. It's like, why? You're wasting ammo. Don't do
Mr.
that.
Lang, how have you been able to go into the round the field areas yet?
I was, Senator, I was only appointed for St. Croix.
Okay, so we don't have nobody in
But just that I was over here,
Uh-huh.
and we haven't had somebody for over here yet. See, the problem with having somebody over here is not that my boss didn't try to hire somebody. He had somebody in mind. The problem with St. Thomas is round the field, Savannah, ghettos. I was outside in those streets. They are very, very, very different. They don't like each other. For some reason, man from Bavoni gonna tell you, I ain't going in Savannah, or I ain't going in ghettos. And the problem with that is you can't hire one individual to represent the whole island of St. Thomas, because he ain't gonna be able to go. If he from over here, he can't go over there.
Oh.
And that's the problem that he been having, finding somebody that's able to go in all these hoods. See, I was able to do that in St. Croix because I from there and I am part of that. I was there. I lived that life. So it was accepted when I came in. But you can't find that here. It's harder.
So what is your solution for that?
And the person that I was looking at, turns out they were still in the game.
Oh.
So I have to be careful.
Wow.
Because I have to maintain the integrity of the program.
Exactly.
He's a great guy and he can go all over, but then I got to worry about him still got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And then, so I have to.
He might be using
Yeah.
the shadow of your office.
Yeah,
to
so
do
I,
quite a bit more.
this is a tricky walk,
Okay.
and so I have to protect the integrity program, protect the agency.
I definitely understand that. One of the things for me, do you guys collect data when it relates to the different types of guns? Like, I know the police department speaks about these spot shotters that they have. Have you guys utilized those to know the types of weapons based on the sound, to know what you're really dealing with in this territory?
We haven't focused, from my office perspective, we haven't focused on that too much, because that's, and we could, but that's more of a police investigative tool than it is for our office.
Well, no, I mean you collaborating so
Yeah.
that you would
I mean,
know
they could tell us.
exactly-
2 minutes.
Because we,
just to get the information.
when we go to the scenes, I mean, you can tell that there's 40 cal, there's 50 cal,
Mhm.
there's 9mm, brass all over the place, so we can tell there's different, and
just by the shells.
just by the casings, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes, like I live in St. Croix, and I live around the corner from Kennedy and Harbor View, and sometimes in the middle of the night, man, I live in a cement house, and that bad boy be rocking, like, blah 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 blah, and my pictures are shaking on the wall because it sounds so close when they're using that really heavy artillery.
Where you are right now, and as it relates to what your goal is, which is prevention of gun violence, where do you think after you potentially get all the employees you need, the people from to go into the various areas, what is your ultimate goal to do with this office that is going to be effective in helping this community?
Well, the ultimate goal is to increase the quality of life in our territory, and that just means that we can go anywhere on this island and feel safe. I gave when the kids got shot with the BB guns at Woodson, I was heartbroken because now those kids can't go outside. We've corralled them inside the courtyard and they can't play in the front. That's not working.
That's changing quality of life
But
for the individual.
but so I want to be able to say, and Mr. Lang says it all the time. He says,
Time.
We want to be able to. West man need to be able to go east. East man need to go west without a fear of somebody shooting them down. And people don't come out. They don't come out at night because they're fearful somebody's going to do something to them. That's an economy issue. There's people that won't go into town because they're afraid somebody gets shot. Sometimes I don't go out because the last thing I want to do is be sitting in a bar and somebody is trying to shoot Billy next to me and hits me by accident. I'm gonna be pissed.
Mr. Chair, may I ask my final question? Thank you. You spoke about high-risk young adults. How do you go about, outside of going into the community, those specific people that are high risk, how do you go about specifically tapping into them and seeing how you could assist them?
We have conversations with them. We go into the turfs. Like for instance, the other day I went into Frederickstead and there's a guy who washes cars. That's his hustle.
Okay.
So I go talk to him and say, hey, wash my car, and we'll talk. And I talk to him, and then he introduces me to other guys that are with him. And they first thing they say, man, who you driving this big government car? Who are you? Who you be? So they start asking me questions, and so I disarm them because I'm kind of corny, and they're not afraid of me, but they know I'm no threat to them.
Mm-hmm.
When you're asking about safety, and somebody asks about being safe, I don't bring to them an abrasive approach.
Okay.
So then after a while they start asking me. First they kind of joke me a little bit, but I let them get away with it, and we talk, and then we have conversations. And then they start asking me questions about what I do, what Mr. Lang does, what Bruce does, and we start having conversations. And then I go back to them again, and then we build a rapport.
Okay.
And that's how we try to get into these neighborhoods. And then I say, hey, what are you doing? Because the first thing they say, well, wait a minute, you get him a job for stopping people from fighting? I do that all the time. I said, well, you can help out, man. We can try to get you something. What do you want to do? But here's what happens, Senator. We've gone, guy says, man, I need a job. I want a job. I said, okay, well, we'll give you a job. We'll find a job. Damien, Bruce, know people all over these islands. Yeah, bring your boy. I'll hire him. So we knock on the door. Hey, come on. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Let's go down the road. We're going to get you this job. Oh man, really? I ain't trying to do that right now, So we have a lot of that hurdle going on too. People that don't want to, and we got people that don't want to give up their government benefits.
Wow.
We say, hey, we can give you a job, but no, it means I got to give up my SNAP. I got to give up because the money I'm making isn't going to be equal to my benefits. So that's a whole nother systemic issue that we have to deal with, and that's why we're working with Human Services to see if we can sort of balance it out somehow. But some of those things are restricted by federal guidelines that we don't have any control over.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for all that information, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for the additional time.
I'm sorry, I'm a little passionate.
Thank you,
I enjoy it.
Senator Francis Heiliger. Before I recognize Senator Javon James Sr., Director Emmanuel, your full office staff is just made up of the three of you?
For right now, yes, sir.
For now. So you're required to, what's the status on hiring district directors, the analysts who will specialize in statistical data collection? Because I heard you respond to my colleague just now swiftly that you guys can do the analysis of firearms, but you don't. But how can you if you haven't hired the analysts for this position?
Well, that comes into play with our partnership with VIPD and other agencies that have the ability to do analytic work. We're looking at analysts, looking at hiring it, but right now we're going to go with what we have. As far as your director's question, having 6 employees, I don't think I need a deputy director.
So let me stop you. So then you're telling me that you're dependent on the VIPD.
Not for everything.
This,
Not for everything.
Let me finish, ask you the question, and then you respond.
Okay.
Because it was your testimony just now that you're dependent on the VIPD for this statistical data with their employees, and now you're telling me that you don't need district directors and whatnot. Now, if this law was written in this manner, then it is you guys' responsibility to submit, I guess, to the governor and then eventually to us to amend this if these positions aren't required. We just had a discussion about our legislations stating may or shall. In this case, it doesn't say that you may hire these people. It said that you shall hire these people. So if you're going to say that there's no need, then we need to see some type of amendment request coming in here that there is not a need for this position and whatever else it is that your needs are. But I wouldn't be want to sit here and tell you that I will be comfy in throwing additional funding to an entity where I don't see exactly what it was created to do. Straight up, I will remind people that I really didn't support the establishment of this office because I really believe that it's a duplication of efforts. And here it is. Now we're saying that we will depend on VIPD for these statistical data. That's why this office was created. So I would like to see some movements on at least hiring the analysts who specialize in the statistical data collection. I'm not going to even list all these other individuals, but I applaud the efforts of the 3-man team and what's happening in both districts. However, we could see that you would need a violence interrupter in the St. Thomas, St. John district as well. We're hearing why you're probably having a hard time getting one here. And we would need a community engagement outreach specialist as well.
We've identified one
in the St. Croix district.
Yeah.
So these, because Flemont can't operate here and there, and Lang can't operate there and here as well. We're going to spread these guys too thin.
Right.
So if we really want this to work, then we got to put our minds together to make it work. While I didn't support the measure to pass, it is law. The office is in existence, and I would like to support wherever I can. But I want to do so knowing that we are fully accountable to what's stated here, and if it's not working for you, then submit any potential changes that you'd like to see. All right?
Appreciate that.
Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. During the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, as a freshman senator, I fought this bill right down to the ground. And Senator Marianne Jackson and myself went at it. Because a person who understands the street, I do understand the street. I do not have all the answers. But I felt that we were just wasting money. Until one day, I was invited to Senator Marianne Jackson's residence, and we had a conversation. And he told me how he felt about my comments on the floor regarding this office that we were trying to implement. And right before Senator Jackson was about to leave the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, he brought back the measure, and I had a change of heart. What makes me smile today is Mr. Damian Lang being before us in these chambers. And it might not seem like a big thing for other individuals in the community, but Mr. Damian Lang was once my neighbor, Concordia. And I'm happy to see individuals being given a second chance. Because sometimes we come with the jacket and the ties, and they don't want to really hear from the jacket and tie guy, you know. But they would like to hear from a Damian Lang, who went through certain obstacles and now is in a jacket and tie. And I too, if you ask my former principal, I wasn't easy and complex, but that's a whole other thing. But I was fortunate enough to turn my life around. And that's what made me change my mind when it came to supporting the measure. I sat down and I said, Javan, put your selfish ideas or whatever aside and think about how many lives can be saved if this office is being put together. So my question to you now, within the Virgin Islands Code, it says by August 31st you must do an annual report, so I look forward to that annual report. Please come with something that is well detailed. In addition to that, it speaks to a pre-trial intervention programs and re-entry programs. Earlier today, we heard from the Office of the Public Defender, and we saw where they broke down the different cases, and they had the section with juveniles. So my question to you regarding pre-trial intervention programs and re-entry programs, what is being done with a 3-man team to make sure that you fulfill the mandate of the Virgin Islands Code to assist with pre-trial intervention programs and re-entry programs that can help our youth and young men and women of this territory?
The Office of the Public Defender is also on our advisory council. We work close with him, and we have the reentry team. We are on the reentry program as well. So we do those programs. We assist as close as we can. We could certainly do more. So it's on our radar.
So do these programs require funding, and do you have a specific name, like the program of, like for instance, we have the About Face program that was sponsored by, I think, Senator Vailey at one point. But do you have like a specific name of various programs that you have already put together, finalized, drafted, and ready to be implemented, or is it still going through the beginning stages of putting the program together?
Well, those are programs that corrections and probation has already started. I don't have a name for them directly, but like we call it the reentry. We have 2 reentry housing, and the reentry focus group is how we've been dealing with the reentry issue.
All right. And
2 minutes.
So have you been successful at assisting and intervening in anything regarding pre-trial for any of our juveniles in the territory since this office has been implemented? Yes or no?
We haven't done anything with pre-trial juveniles.
And the reason for nothing came before you?
Nothing came before us.
So how often do you speak or meet with the Office of the Public Defender?
Not as often as we should.
That needs to happen. Because we have individuals, colleagues, who cannot afford an attorney. We have individuals, because of their financial situation in the household, they might need a public defender. And we want to make sure that with the taxpayers' dollars who funds those offices, specifically the Office of the Public Defender, that there's collaboration between the Office of Gun Violence and the Office of the Public Defender, because we are speaking about individuals who do not have the financial resources. When you read a person rights, they say if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you or something of that nature. And that's the Office of the Public Defender. So we're speaking about individuals who are basically in poverty or don't have the financial means. And there must be some strong collaboration between the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and that of the Office of Public Defender. If not, I will bring legislation, and whether my colleagues support it or not, I will bring legislation to remove the Office of Gun Violence. Because we cannot continue to wait until they become adults to try to save them. That's not prevention. When they say prevention is better than cure, you're starting from a very young age. You have a guy like Mr. Damian Lang or whoever can see, okay, I can read this young man. How can we intervene? And if you can't intervene, at least we have tried. And not just try by a simple conversation, like really have a one-on-one conversation to find out what is going on with this youth. Let me give an example before my time is called. When I was attending the St. Croix Educational Complex, I had good grades, but I had a behavioral issue because of what my parents went through. And it changed the structure within the household. And Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up.
You may.
I was in the counselor's office, and my mom was there in a parental conference. And my mom asked the counselor, what can be done to help my son? He crazy, he needs to see a psychologist. But guess what? I never once saw a psychologist. But because of the after-school programs and the many things that they had going on back in those days, I was able to turn my life around. And I'm hoping and praying that the Office of Gun Violence can do that. If not, we are wasting funds, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James
Senator
Senior. You.
Mr. Chair would like to say something.
Say that.
Mr. Chair would.
Can I say something?
Mr. Lang, you may.
Yes, to Javon, to Mr. James, Senator James. I was recently contacted. It was maybe a month and a half ago about our YRC. Do you understand that some of our YRC officers ain't had a job because ain't had no children there? Completely empty. And they call me and tell me, man, what you dealing with? You need to cool it down. You're going to post out a work. Because they weren't arresting no little man no more or no girls. No, but I'm saying this was just a recent conversation. So I felt good about that, you know. But we do target them young men. That's our main focus.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Flaman, you may.
Yes. Good evening, Senator James. I just wanted to take a brief second and let you know, and the body know, and the community, they already know. Our outreach has been phenomenal. Our outreach programs we went in a car show. A simple car show was attended maybe 400 or 500 youth. And that next day, just to show you we were in the right place, we had a homicide of one of the drivers. And they all came together. They called, a couple of them called me, and they thanked us for giving them the opportunity to help with the car show. Because for these youth to put on their different events, it costs so much money that they can't do it. And they're calling us to help us with this, help us with that insurance. And our whole purpose now with this radio show that's going to start this Saturday, entrepreneurs. We have young entrepreneurs that are learning to start their own businesses, and now they're going to have a voice that they didn't have before. When they want to talk about what they're doing, they have to pay to get on the radio. But this show is going to be all about entrepreneurs, and we are going to make a difference. We have made a difference. That's why I'm so happy with my position, because I can see we have made a difference. Entrepreneurship, mentorship, and apprenticeship is the way that we're going to change gun violence, not through lockup. We have to give these children something to do. We have to put the money where our mouths are.
Point of inquiry, Senator James Sr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick point of inquiry. I salute you, and I'm happy that Mr. Damian Lang is amongst the team. But my question was specifically to pre-trial intervention programs and re-entry programs. So I salute you for all the great things that you're doing. Hoop-de-doo. But once a child ends up in the court system, that's a whole nother conversation. And I'm hoping and praying that the person who told that, Mr. Lang, do find another job.
They're going BOC.
So long story short, re-entry programs and pre-trial intervention programs is what I'm specifically looking at. And those are individuals that no matter what we try to do as far as legislation, they've already been lost and stuck in the system. So thank you.
Thank you. Director and colleagues, so besides the analysts that I asked about earlier and the district directors, it also speaks to the survivor engagement specialist, which means a person who engages with families who have lost a loved one due to gun violence, develops and implements survivor engagement and outreach efforts, coordinates survivor projects, events and activities, and coordinates legislative initiatives to empower survivors. How long have this office been in existence now?
This is March 22.
A year. And we are 11 and a half weeks into the new year, into the calendar year, with 9 homicides. 2 on St. Croix, 7 on St. Thomas. So who is engaging with the families who have lost loved ones to gun violence?
I don't have anybody in a position yet, but
So, hence my point. 1 year later. So I'm not even considering the other homicides that would have happened from March 2022 to December 31st, 2022. I am specifically speaking to those, and not that those families don't matter. I'm just showing 11 and a half weeks. We have to show some kind of priority. We have to show that sense of urgency. You know, I really don't want to speak much on this because, listen, something like this, I want to see action taking place. What I see right now, I mean, I'm like just at the last. You know, things that we could be doing to reduce crime, and this isn't your office per se, but things to prevent crimes from happening. Simple traffic stops prevents crimes. An officer driving behind someone that don't have a license plate, that didn't turn on the signal to make a left turn, that ran through the red light, you never know when you stop that vehicle. You never know what you just prevented from happening. The 9 shootings that we had, to your recollection, because you don't have data to show me, were any of those shootings done by a perpetrator walking or riding a bicycle?
No.
Most of them, you hear about vehicles being involved and people driving up, people leaving. Besides the last one with that foolishness with this, who looking at who,
yeah,
and whatnot. But I'm saying, we can prevent things from happening. There is just too much vehicles right now on our roadways unregistered. Over some $1.3 million this government have lost in registration of vehicle in one calendar year. And I got that out of them yesterday at the revenue estimating conference. And I'm glad that they were honest about it. Mm-hmm. So that tells me that there's a lack of enforcement. I don't really like to compare my days with these days and all kind of things, but the traffic docket, I already said I'm going to take a couple of days to go and sit in a traffic court to really look and see what's going on with the traffic docket. I could remember back in the day when the judges were actually calling the police chief office and asking them to ask us to hold up and write in tickets. The docket is just a little too much. Then they came out with a directive that you couldn't write tickets for 2 weeks or 3 weeks out. You had to write the ticket for like 2 months out because they wanted to play catch up. And now today is like it's a free-for-all. And I'm just elaborating on this because I really think that we could do things to reduce crime here, and we just ain't doing the basics. It is what it is. I will continue to watch this. But I heard the good senator from St. Croix. I want to give this an opportunity, but I'm telling you, if I continue to see us spinning wheels, I'm right there with him to support the measure to abolish the office. But we need for things to be happening. If we can't find all these people that this thing outlined to be able to make sure that the office work effectively, then we have to make some adjustments so that we could get exactly what we want. But this analyst is critical. Data, we need to be data-driven so that we can know how to proceed. So I'm going to give you some time. Hopefully I could hear some PSAs and see some stuff out, because I haven't seen anything out with you asking for persons interested in any of these positions. So at least the analyst position, that's critical, and the person that's the survivor engagement specialist. We have 9 families that don't even have that engagement. You know how I feel when I could hear families saying, you know, my son was murdered, my daughter was murdered, and I haven't heard a thing from anyone in authority. And it's been X amount of time, etc. That's a no-no.
Yeah. We've been working close with the VIPD's victims assistance person, both here on St. Croix and St. Thomas. But, you know, we're learning from her how to go about that process, how to get better at doing the engagement with the survivors. So it's a learning curve, but I agree with you. We need to get those positions filled, and we're doing our best to do it. And like I said, I want to make sure that we get the right person for the job. I just don't want to fill a seat to be filling it.
So let's try to work. The fact that you don't have that person right now, let's try to make sure that you work with both advocates in either district. Mm-hmm. And I know both of them personally, whom I've had an opportunity to work with. They're dynamic. They're always ready to be out there. But there's also supposed to be one with the Department of Justice, I think it is. So tap into all these resources. Make it work until you could get properly staffed up and get things moving. All right? Any other questions, colleagues? If not, I will allow them to just wrap up in 30 seconds, starting with Mr. Fleming.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank everybody for tonight, and thank you, senators. And I just want to commend my boss. I think he's done an outstanding job. I'm proud to work for him. And it's been astounding for what we've done. I've been in my position for about 5 months now, and I see a difference When we go into the schools, I see a difference. I'm really looking for a lot of feedback from our radio show that's going to start this Saturday. And I'm just proud of my team. And I think these positions that need to be filled, they'll be filled. But I know for sure, the relationship with the community and VIPD, we have a different relationship. When we walk in, when we go to the schools, we went to the school the other day, Lockhart School, the principal gave us 2 play handguns. They look identical to real guns. And so the principals of these schools are inviting us back. I don't know if they're inviting all these other agencies, but I know when we walk in, they have a personal relationship with me, and they love when when Mr. Emmanuel talks to the children. He has a knack when he talks to these children, and I'm so proud to be a part of this team. So give us some time. I know if you give him some time, I know he's looking at some clergy to fill these positions, but just give him just a little more time. And I know when we come back, we're going to have some data to help convince you and our good senator over here, Senator James, to fund more money into the program, because that's what we need. We need more money.
I'm glad that you're convinced, because I'm not.
Okay.
And until then, like I said, I mean, we're not seeing anything with the statistical data and whatnot. We're already talking about more money. We can't hire anything besides the 2 positions. So I don't understand how you could justify asking for more money already. But Mr. Lang, I'll allow you to give your closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, people. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
We appreciate you giving us the opportunity to come before you, Chairman and Senators. We need all the assistance and help we can get, and I intend to rely on the legislature for that. I agree with you wholeheartedly that maybe some of the way I inherited this legislation that was written before I took the job needs to be looked at again and reviewed. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So that's certainly on a burner for that. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, and I appreciate your testimony and your candid feedback from you and your team today. Yes, there's room for improvement, and I am willing to give the time to get that done. However, again, we have grieving families, and all they want to know is that we're able to prevent a lot of these gun violence that we're seeing. We know your office alone can't do it. It's going to take the community to really do it. And I always say, if we want to take back the streets, we need to regain control of our homes, because that's where it starts. So thank you all again for all you do, and whatever assistance, besides the additional funding for Just Yet, whatever assistance we could be, I'm definitely there with you. All right. So thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, let me first thank everyone, all the testifiers, all the employees who have been here from morning. It's now 7:22 in the evening. I want to say a special thank you to all the employees, the hardworking employees of the legislature, that is, for all your assistance. The Committee on Homeland Security and my staff, that includes you as well. I'm not leaving you all out. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, March 15, 2023 is hereby adjourned.